going on? How's everyone doing?
Shout out to Colin. Everybody else who's cool with Colin.
Chunky! I didn't say.
Get your popcorn and your Coca-Cola and relax.
Anyway, tell Colin I'm ready.
What's going on? This is Colin. How's everybody doing? I hope you're having a great day so far. Happy Friday. Happy Friday. I've got a fun stream planned for tonight. I hope it's a fun stream. Hopefully you guys enjoy it too. I am going to do one of those marathon streams. I did it a few months ago and I thought everyone enjoyed it, so I'm going to do it again. We're going to have some fun. I have got a lot of content planned. But in order to progress the stream, we're going to have a super chat goal. So, I'll explain it more as it goes on. There's not a lot of people here, and I know I'm going to be explaining this a lot, but for essentially every dollar donated, we're going to go on another minute. I've got it broken down, and I'll explain more rules as more people come in. Like I said, I don't want to explain it 37 times, which I'm probably going to have to, which is fine. But so right now, the way I'm thinking is for so I've got about an hour and 15, just a normal stream planned. So if we don't hit the first goal, no problem, no problem. It could just be that kind of night where everyone's tired. That's fine. But if you guys want to, hang out all night long, let's do it. So the way that I have this planned is, what is it? What did I say? So we're doing this is a cumulative, not one super chat, but for every a cumulative $50, I'm gonna progress the stream for 30 more minutes. So we're gonna prolong the stream for 30 more minutes. And PayPal's, Venmos, Cash Apps, those are worth twice as much. So that's how we're gonna do it. Hopefully we have fun. Like I said, I've got about 4 hours of content that we can go through if you guys are willing to do that. Also, you know what? I'm gonna save the big finale for after the first clip. We're gonna let some people trickle in, and because I'm gonna have to explain this again here shortly. But that's what we're gonna do. So hopefully have some fun. You know what? I did not pin my link tree, so I will pin the link tree while we were watching the first video. We are in Michigan for the first one. Yeah, we got a little bit of a Karen. It's a good way to start the night. Anyways, before I hit that play button, you know what to do. Hit the like and subscribe. Do your jump kick backflips. Let's go.
If we could please unmute ourselves and start our videos. Calling the case of 2600769. This is the City of Royal Oak versus Sarah Maria Ponce. Michael Dean, please unmute yourself and start your video. Okay, sir. Okay, I've called the case, sir. Your appearance.
Thank you, Your Honor. Michael Dean, P32631, court-appointed attorney for arraignment today for the 44th District Court. We agree to conduct this proceeding today by Zoom. Ms. Ponce, please state your name for her honor.
Sara Maria Ponce.
Thank you. I've had the opportunity to talk with Ms. Ponte, advisor of the charges, advisor of the arraignment procedure and her rights. Being fully informed, she waives formal reading, stands mute, asks that you enter a not guilty plea, and she would like the assistance of a court-appointed attorney, but she does not want it to be me moving forward. So if you could just make that notation on the file. Thank you.
Okay. The court will waive the formal reading. Defendant stands mute. A not guilty plea to enter. Is there a basis for awarding or assigning, not awarding, assigning counsel in this case?
Basically, my client indicates that she's a full-time student at this time, attending Wayne State, is not working, and is pursuing a degree in higher education.
Okay. The request for assigned counsel is granted. Counsel shall be assigned. I'll make the notation that it not be Attorney Michael Dean. I'm not sure how that works.
I think Mr. Your Honor, Mr. Angot will just notice it and he'll assign someone else.
Okay. And ma'am, is the La Prairie Street in Ferndale a good address for you?
It is.
Okay, and can I have your phone number?
517-896-9745.
Okay, and
Heather, I'm sorry I didn't see you sneak in. I was really close to being late tonight, so I apologize. I was literally getting things together right when we started, so I'm just now catching up on chat. Heather,
what do you have to say about bond and bond conditions, Mr. Dean? Specifically, I'd like you to address whether or not she was on probationary status at the date of the alleged offense.
Yes, Your Honor, she was out of the 45th District Court in Oak Park. She indicates that she's on probation at this time, and that other than that, she has strong ties to the area, full-time student at Wayne State. We're asking that you allow her to have a personal bond.
She doesn't qualify for a personal bond.
I know, that's
She's
being
on
said.
status.
I tried to tell her that, so.
Yeah, you
that
do
being
not
said-
qualify for a personal bond because you are on probation on the date of this alleged offense. So there has to be a financial bond. So
That being
knowing
said-
that requirement, what is your suggestion?
all right, that's a simple court rule, and I think all if not most courts are that way. If you're on probation, one of your rules of probation is do not commit any other crimes. You do not want to be back in court for anything except for a review hearing for your probation that you're currently on. So she's on probation and she caught a new charge. Not good. And we already heard that she does not want Mr. Dean as her attorney. Man, she's coming in hot.
Suggestion to the court.
My suggestion, Your Honor, would be $100. Thank you.
Okay, and what about bond conditions? What
That she-
conditions does she have on probation right now?
I believe we did not get into the weeds, but I believe you can ask her if you'd like, but I believe it's no stay within the state of Michigan and no assaultive actions.
Okay, ma'am, out of Oak Park, do you have any testing requirements or any requirements that you refrain from alcohol or drug use?
No, Your Honor, it is non-reporting.
Okay.
And I'm allowed to leave the state. I just have to inform them ahead of time. And I'm happy to do so with this court. I don't have any plan, but I would be happy to oblige by that.
Okay. Have you ever held a job?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, what do you do? When you did work, what did you do?
I've done a lot of different things. Do you want me to list all my
Such as,
jobs?
well, I'm just trying to figure out your ability to post a bond and.
I have two little kids. I'm a full-time student. I have two little kids that takes up all of my time. Plus,
Okay, how do you support the children?
I have a husband.
Okay. I'm just wondering, I have to post a bond, so I'm trying.
I don't have much money. I mean, this economy is terrible.
Okay.
I've tried.
There's-
trying
ma'am,
to get a part-time job. I don't
Okay,
know what
so
to do.
first of all, you were out on probation and you picked up a new charge. Thus, this is where we are, and the court has to set a financial bond. I'm asking you questions so that I can set a reasonable bond that you can afford. So when I ask you the questions, I'm just asking that you don't start coming back at the court and yelling at me, okay? Because the court for one did not put you in this position. So when you tell me I'm a full-time student, and then you also tell me that you have children, my understanding is the children have to eat. So now I'm asking you questions about your income. And then you come back and you start yelling at me about the state of the economy. Again, the court does not control that. I'm simply asking you questions about your financial standing because I am going to post a financial bond. That's the way it is. So you can be cooperative and you can be nice and you can not roll your eyes at the court, because that certainly does not bode well for grace and courtesy. And you can cooperate, or I can just do what I think should be done in this case. But I like to learn about you so that I can post a bond that you can meet. So that is why I'm asking you that. So yeah, I'm going to ask that you tone it down and not roll your eyes and help me set a bond. Okay?
Okay. All right. That's the judge equivalent of mansplaining right there. Take a breath. Everything's gonna be okay. Uh, Specs. Yeah, I do that every once in a while. I am s- some degree of dyslexic. I don't really say that a lot. I am though. When I write, yeah, I'm not gonna go through it, but there's a lot of times when I say Colin with Coolin, Coolin with Colin. Yeah, it's a problem I've had for a while, and I've probably done it, I don't know, 20 times. I probably do it at least once, maybe twice a week. That's what I'll say. Also, MB, thank you so much for the PayPal. We just prolonged the stream an hour. Thanks to MB. You are awesome. I'll explain that again for everyone who's coming in late after this video. I'll explain what we're doing tonight.
So you have 2 children, you're married, you don't work at all.
I believe being in school for full time and being a mom is work.
Okay, do you earn income outside of the home?
I am trying.
Okay, so it's just a yes or no. Do you
No.
currently earn money? So the answer is no. See? No. Thank you.
I was trying to be a smartass because I couldn't tell if the person, I don't remember if it was your comment and someone responded to you or if you responded to someone's comment. I was trying to de-escalate the situation because I couldn't tell if someone was just kind of being a smartass or they were being a jerk. So I tried to say something funny just to de-escalate that comment thread. But clearly it didn't work. If you didn't understand it, it clearly just, yeah, it wasn't a good joke then. But that's all it was. I was just trying to be funny to de-escalate that comment thread. That's all.
On the terms of probation outside of Oak Park, you don't have any drug testing. It's just non-reporting. When does that end? When are you off probation?
That's a great question. As soon as I still just have a couple more hours of community service to serve. So I would assume as soon as that's done.
Okay, and what are you doing for your community service?
An array of things. I mean, there's beach cleanups, there's local cleanups. I am very, very involved in my community. I already did community service as it was. I, volunteer with affirmations. There's a lot of things. I mean, you have to do a lot. So.
Okay. Okay, the court is setting a $3,000 cash surety 10% bond. Defendant must post the bond by the date of the first pretrial. And the court is ordering the following bond conditions. Ma'am, you have to personally appear, whether that be by Zoom like you're appearing today, or in person if ordered by the court, for any and all pretrials, further exams, any further arraignments, trial and or sentencing. You shall abide by any judgment, enter in this case, and you shall surrender to serve any sentence imposed. You are not to commit any crime while released. You shall immediately notify the court in writing of any change of address from La Prairie Street in Ferndale, or the phone number ending in 9745. You are not to use alcohol, marijuana, or any other illegal controlled substance. You shall alcohol ETG test 2 times per month out of pretrial services, and you must contact pretrial services Did I state on the record you are not to use alcohol, marijuana, or any other legal controlled substance? And you're going to alcohol ETG tests out of pretrial services. You must contact pretrial services by, let's see, June 16, 2026 at 3:00 p.m. to set up your testing. Do you have a pen and paper, a way to take down the phone number, ma'am?
No, I do not.
Okay, do you have your phone? You can write it in your phone because I'm going to give it to you now.
I
Then you're
have to
going to,
I would have to
okay,
get
give it. Go ahead. I'll give you a minute.
Yeah, that means get one. As Judge Webster would say, always come to court with a paper and pen. Always. You never know what information you're going to need that you're not going to get from the court, especially if you're on Zoom, because they can't just print it out and give it to you. It's not over yet. She's going to make a
Okay.
couple more comments here.
Okay, the phone number for pretrial services is 248.
All right, I don't really need to mute this, but I'm going to. If you guys want to blow up pretrial services, have fun.
4845
Oh, she's repeating it.
315. And you have to contact them by Tuesday, June 16th, 2026 at 3:00 p.m. to set up your testing. It takes one full business day for pretrial services to get for the file to get from our court to pretrial services. So if you call this afternoon, they won't know who you are. That's why I give you until Tuesday, until 3 p.m. to make contact with them, because they'll probably get your file sometime Monday. And that is to set up the testing, although you may not use alcohol, marijuana, or any other legal controlled substance starting right now. And so we're going to set this matter for a pretrial. You have Judge K. The notice to appear will be sent to the Ferndale address. You will have assigned counsel. I don't know who that will be. I've noted on there that you do not want it to be Attorney Michael Dean, and that attorney will be in contact with you. Judge K is doing his pretrials right now by Zoom. So when you get your notice, it'll have a different Zoom ID than you used today. So make sure you look at your notice and log on to the courtroom for your next court appearance. And you have to contact pretrial services by Tuesday at 3:00 to set up your testing. Mr. Dean, is there anything further requested or required of the court on behalf of Ms. Ponce?
No, Your Honor, but I just wanted for you to emphasize once again, the bond must be paid before the first pretrial. That she remembers that, yeah.
Yes, you have to post the bond by the date of the first pretrial.
I'm never going to get $3,000. Like it's not.
No, 10% is 300.
I don't have 300.
You can get a bond. You can look into that. You can.
So you want me to go into debt more?
Do you want to go to jail? That's your option. You're the one who committed another crime, allegedly, while on probation. And it's not commit a crime. It's you don't need the probation rules generally say you can't be alleged to have committed a crime. So you're in court. Yeah, that's a no-no. Yeah, look at that face. Yeah, okay. The alternative to bond is jail, so just go turn yourself in.
That is rhetorical. That is a rhetorical question that the court's not going to answer. I have posted a financial bond. That is the order of this court, and you will have to decide whether or not you will comply with it. Okay? That's the ruling of the court.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you so much. Ms. Ponce, that concludes your arraignment, and you may leave the Zoom or you may stay and observe.
Okay. She force quit real quick. Real quick. She's like, I'm out. Yep, told you. Good way to start. A little bit of a Karen. I'm not going to call her full Karen. She just had an attitude. And, just because you have an attitude doesn't make you a Karen. So try not to use that word so much. But, not going to lie. When I put Karen in the title, a lot more people watch it. And then they tell me I'm clickbaiting. That's a different story. Anyways, now that we have a little bit more people here, I'm going to explain what we're doing tonight, which we've already got a little bit of help. So we are doing a marathon stream. So here's the way that I'm breaking it down. For every $50, I am making the stream longer for 30 minutes. I've got 4.5 hours worth of content. So we can go as long as you guys want to. Well, to a certain point, I guess. So that's what we're doing. So super chats, membership, gifted memberships, those are all will go to the total. PayPal's, Venmos, Cash Apps, those were double. So MB has already prolonged the video tonight for an hour. So thank you MB for that generous PayPal. I do appreciate it. And Uncle Dan's coming in. Thanks for the explanation. Yeah, Uncle Dan, I I don't remember exactly the situation. I don't know if it was you commented and someone else responded or you responded to someone else's comment. But like I said, I couldn't tell if the person, not you, the other person was being, just trying to be funny, being a smartass, or they were actually trolling. And I didn't want anyone to get upset. So I tried to make a bad joke just to kind of derail the conversation. And yeah, apparently the joke was even worse because you were confused. So yeah. Anyways, I appreciate the super chat. Also, I do have a goal. I have a goal for tonight. If we hit, if and I don't want to announce the goal because I feel like uh, yeah. All right, you know what? I'll just say it. If we hit $500 tonight, and I made it really big for a reason. But if we hit that, I will go on video for the rest of the month. For every stream and every video for the rest of the month, I'll go on video. So that's kind of like the grand goal, and I made it high on purpose because yeah, I'm not on video for one. My internet sucks, and when I go on video, it lags a lot. But I feel like with all the upgrades in my area, I might actually be able to do it. So it could be fun. I don't know, but that's like the grand goal, and like I said, I made it high on purpose. Yeah. Anyways, Terry, thank you so much. Driving while watching free. Thank you so much, Terry. I appreciate it. All right, we're gonna continue on the evening. Let's go. You guys are awesome.
Calling case number 26004841 in S. Eric Vanderlei versus Greg Molson LLC et al.
Council Pinch, for the record.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Eric Vanderlei, plaintiff in pro se.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Reginae Thurman, P85701, appearing on behalf of defendant.
Okay, so Mr. Vanderlei, you're asking to add a claim?
Yes, Your Honor. I'm asking for special leave in order to add a claim of quo warranto.
A good point. So if Bill donates $500, I'll go on video. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I know I didn't want to announce it right away, but it's like I want to make something like a grand thing, but I didn't know where to set it, and it doesn't matter. Now you guys know where my head is.
Which is authorized by statute and by court rule.
Ms. Thurman.
Yes, Your Honor. I'm going to have to object to the request for special leave as he has not provided any proof that he has submitted the proper application to the Attorney General and received the refusal to take it. I know that he mentioned in the motion for special leave that he reached out and had not heard back, which is definitively that he has not received that refusal.
Okay, so Mr. Vanderlei, you have to exhaust those remedies in order for the court to grant this leave. So once you do that, the court will reconsider this, but at this juncture, the court cannot. So go ahead and deal with the Attorney General, get the proof, present it to the court, and the court will entertain it at that time.
Your Honor, the proof has been submitted to the court in Exhibit 0 of plaintiff's motion.
Exhibit
0, Your Honor. There was an application made on March 18th of 2026 to the Office of the Attorney General to the Alcohol Gaming and Enforcement Division. A follow-up email was sent a month later on April 16th. The a second follow-up was requesting action was provided on Tuesday, April 28th. And this motion was filed thereafter. At no point in time has the Attorney General indicated that they are going to proceed with their with a cause of action. The inaction by the Attorney General is itself a decision to refuse to prosecute, and therefore opening the door pursuant to MCR 3.306, subsection 3, subsection B. If on proper application and offer of security, the Attorney General refuses to bring the action, the person may apply to the appropriate court for leave to bring the action himself or herself. The Attorney General, in failing to act, in failing to make a decision, does not prejudice the plaintiff's rights in this matter to proceed. If that were the case, the Attorney General would never have to respond to anything ever, and no quo warranto action would ever be able to proceed. It simply cannot be the case. As such, okay.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
That's first. Secondly, an amendment is generally a matter of right rather than grace, and that's in Recostin Estate, which is 278 Mish App 47. And then leave to amend should only be denied for particular reasons such as undue delay, bad faith, dilatory motive, repeated failure to secure by amendments previously allowed, or futility. And that is also that's also from in Recostin Estate. None of those apply. The Penn School District versus Board of Education has established, with regard to an application for leave to bring quo warranto, the controlling consideration should be whether an appropriate application was made to the Attorney General, in this case provided in Plaintiff's Exhibit 0, and whether the application discloses sufficient apparent merit to justify whether further inquiry by quo warranto proceedings is justified. And that is Penn School District versus Board of Education as 14 Mishap 109 from 1968. The court has the discretion and the authority to authorize plaintiffs' motion for special leave to amend the complaint to add a claim of quo warranto. The Attorney General has the application, the required application pursuant to statute and court rule have been made to the Attorney General. The Attorney General, through non-user, has chosen not to act. That, by statute, opens the door for plaintiff to be able to bring this motion and cause of action in quo warranto against the defendants.
Ms. Dermer.
Yes.
ChatGPT is so hard to use. Come on. If you're going to use ChatGPT, read it thoroughly, and then research what ChatGPT tells you. And I'm not saying what he read is right, but you could tell it was ChatGPT. He was clearly reading from something. But it makes it look very, very evident that you're reading ChatGPT if you don't appear that you know what you're saying. That's all I'm going to say. I know there's a lot of super chats. I will grab them in a minute. I want to kind of grab them in bunches. Yeah, unless you have a question. If there's a question in it, then I'll answer it. But there's no question, so I'll thank everyone here shortly.
I'm looking at plaintiff's motions for special leave, and I'm specifically looking at Exhibit 0, and I only see the one email from March 18th. So I'm not sure where the other several emails are, but even in listening to Mr. Vanderlei describe them, I did not hear that express refusal from the Attorney General. So my position still stands that they did not receive it, just his opinion of their lack of response so far. it does not equate to a refusal from the Attorney General, and thus he has not met that threshold. Also,
Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
You're right, Jiminger. I need to stop being so biased to ChatGPT. I've actually started using Gemini more. ChatGPT is wrong a lot. And I haven't realized that until the last, I don't know, 2 or 3 months. That just sometimes what ChatGPT just is flat out wrong. And if you say, hey, I don't think that's right, they will say, oh yeah, you're right. I just looked at it again and this is the right answer. And sometimes that answer is not even correct. But if you tell ChatGPT that they're wrong and then they give you a different answer, like what I don't get it. I don't understand.
Go ahead.
So not only has he failed to satisfy that threshold,
That's actually a really good question. African or European? There's a very big difference between the two. So I need to know. I need to know. Like you're giving me half the equation here. I can't solve for half the equation.
he's the relief that he's seeking. I'm not even entirely sure is available to him. The statute and the court rules that he's citing, allocating the LLC dissolution and these types of quo warranto proceedings are expressly for the Attorney General. And it's my position that quo warranto relief is the wrong vehicle here. The rule applies to public offices and corporations. I haven't found a single case that extends that relief to Michigan LLCs. And so even if the court was inclined to extend the relief to a Michigan LLC, a plaintiff here is a private litigant who has not obtained that refusal. So it all goes back to that lack of refusal from the Attorney General.
All right, I like I said, Mr. Vanderlei,
When are you allowing me back? I'll come tomorrow. I'll come next week. I'll come in 2 weeks. You tell me when to come back. I love you.
I've given you an opportunity, multiple opportunities. And the thing is that as I indicated preliminarily, we do not have any definitive response from the Attorney General's office. The Attorney General's office is the one who needs to make that effort. And of course, this is a special leave, and then the court doesn't find that the court needs to exercise any special leave, and it is within the court's discretion and authority to do so. And as I indicated at this juncture, the court doesn't have any definitive answer from the Attorney General office, or at this point in time, the court is denying the request for a special leave to amend the verified complaint to add a claim for rental at this point in time. So at this time, I'll deny it. And as Ms. Thurman has indicated, in your response, you have one contact with the Attorney General's office, and that's not sufficient. So at this point in time, the court is denying the relief. But if you do get some definitive answer from the Attorney General's office, the court will entertain it
42. You're welcome.
at a later time. But at this point in time, the court is denying the relief.
I object strongly on the record, and I am making I appreciate the court's decision on this matter, but I am making a record that the attorney that Diamond is controlling. I'm sorry, and that Penn is controlling here, and the Attorney General versus Diamond, which is United States, or I'm sorry, Michigan Supreme Court 327 NW 2D 805, is also controlling in this matter. Whereas Diamond allegedly abused his corporate charter and engaged in gross misconduct, misuse of the corporate privileges given to it by the state of Michigan. As remedies, the Attorney General sought the revocation of its corporate privileges. I appreciate again the court's attention to this matter.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a great week.
You as well. Take care, both of you. Thank you.
All right, that was a fun ChatGPT hearing or a Gemini hearing, or whatever AI he used hearing. Denied. All right. We got a lot of super chats to go through. I don't want to miss any. So, Cheshire, you know I don't allow video chat. I know you don't. I know you don't. But we're gonna have to. We're gonna have to. I mean, we're on pace to hit that. Bill, dang, decimal points are hard. They are. Thank you so much, Bill. Original Daniel's Nina. Original Daniel. Thank you so much. Saturday night special. Appreciate it. Germ. If John donates $10, you will do the impression again. What's in the box? What's in the box? You're welcome. You're welcome. Thank you, Germ. Specs. Helping your goal. Helping your goal. Support for the support. Lesson 3. Keep it up. Cool with Colin. Colin with cool. Whatever. Get him, Bill. Lesson 3. Are those supposed to be hearts? I think those are supposed to be hearts, and they just come in. Yeah, they look like hearts on the screen, but in the chat they don't. All right, so it's not less than 3. It's heart. My bad. Michael Dennis, thank you so much for the 23 months. 1 month away from 2 years. It is awesome. Thank you so much for all the support. Dan, your message here. Thank you, Dan. Cheshire Cat. Cool with Colin will probably miss the super chat. I probably will. Thank you for the encouragement, Cheshire Cat. Bill, Colin needs shoes. I can take another pair of shoes. Thank you, Bill. Phil, I found Heather's wallet. Thank you so much for finding it. It's been lost for so long. Phil, you have no idea. And Dan, again, what's the air? Oh, I already got this one because the question. And I've already responded to Heather. And Cheshire Cat, there's no way a 6-ounce bird can carry a 1-pound coconut. Yeah, it's impossible. It's impossible. There's no way. But he had them. He had coconuts, and they were in Europe. So how? We don't know. There's no answer to that question. Another unanswerable question is, did Noah have fish on the ark? I mean, come on. Let's go. Oh, for everyone coming in late, we're doing a marathon stream. For every $50, I'm going to push the stream for 30 minutes. Right now, we're already at, yeah, we're already at $150. So we're killing it right now. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much.
Right. Well, the answer to my question is obvious by what appears to still be a can. Ms. Satawa, who had a vacation, got to go out and enjoy that vacation. Our next case today is People of the State of Michigan versus Bobby Du Bois, file numbers 26-14212 FH, appearances for court.
Thank you, Your Honor. David Denhound on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Allison Cassis on behalf of Bobby Du Bois.
All right.
Good morning, Your Honor. Lisa Kirsch-Satawa, also on behalf of Bobby Du Bois.
Thank you very much. And joining us today Ms. Satawa joins us via Zoom, and also join us via Zoom.
Yeah, I doubled the PayPal. I did. We're at $101. That's what we're at. But time-wise, we're at $151.
From a Michigan Department of Correctional Facility as the defendant, Mr. Bobby Du Bois. Mr. Du Bois, are you able to see and hear the court this morning, sir?
I am.
All right, great, thank you. We're here today for a final pre-trial conference in this file. I do see that there was a motion for assistance with contact from the client. Is that still an issue today, Ms. Castle?
Yes, Your Honor. I was able to speak to Mr. Bois for about between 15 and 20 minutes this morning through the writ. We did have difficulty initiating that call through the jail. But as recently as about 10 minutes ago, I was looking at the platform for scheduling visits, and my status hasn't changed. It still reads the error that my registration has not been reviewed, and I'm not allowed to schedule visits right now. To please check back later.
Really? Your Honor, my status is the same.
All right.
I've received no fewer than 5 approval emails from the prison, so we don't know where this issue is.
Okay. So let's go through a couple questions. You had some opportunity to speak with. Let me take a look and see what the charges are. So within the short amount of time that you had to speak with him, were you able to discuss enough to tell me whether or not there is a resolution today?
Yes, there is not a resolution, Your Honor.
Okay.
It's, my understanding will be proceeding to trial and
All right.
requesting another final pre-trial just to ensure I can, meet with Mr. Boyes as well as, file motions.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, just a few things on that, Your Honor. First of all, I'm not challenging and I have no issue. I understand and I appreciate there's been some difficulty with communicating with the defense. I certainly would encourage more writs if that be necessary. This is, I believe, the second final pretrial. I'm not opposed to an objection, but it does appear as if we're continually kicking the can. I do want to formally withdraw any plea offers that the people have previously extended. It does appear that this is going to go to trial. My fear is that, again, I don't oppose a request to adjourn. My fear is originally we had the scheduling order in February. That gave a period of time for 30 days for motions. My fear is that this is going to be continued to be adjourned.
I'm just going to ask what the motions are, and then I'll make it. First, let's take a look at what the motions are.
I have a motion to quash as well as a motion to suppress evidence. If I can.
Motion to quash.
Yes.
The bind over?
Yes.
Was there a waiver?
No, there was, the preliminary exam was held on February 13th.
Did we not get a transcript? Or do you guys have a transcript?
Yes, we have the transcript.
Oh, okay.
Might be in
There might what?
It might be in a sleeve if there are multiple transcripts.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
And, just to address the delay in filing motions, well, yes, that was the initial due date. Due to these issues with communicating with Mr. Du Bois, our last opportunity to have non-recorded communications was on January 23rd, prior to the preliminary exam.
Okay. Well, a motion to quash would be only based upon the information presented at the prelim. Which would be, when was the transcript produced?
Let me look at that.
Your Honor, I have a stamped copy that our office received at March the 6th.
All right, I am trying desperately to figure out where to put my icon here. This will actually work best. You know what? Until she talks in the bottom left, we'll put it here.
How come you haven't filed that in the last 2 months, 3 months? You don't need to speak to him. It's all the emotion of Bosch or bind over only based upon the information presented at the trial or the prelim.
Yeah, I have no explanation as to that. No, we were just waiting to speak with Mr. Boy about motions.
That's denied.
Okay.
All right. Unless you ask me, then you need to file a motion to explain why you failed to file the motion timely. So what's the next one?
The other would be a motion to suppress the evidence on the needle, which was obtained.
Why hasn't that been done in the last 3 months?
To speak with Mr. Du Bois. Also, we didn't receive the actual test results of the needle until I can look into and receive that, but it was, I believe, just prior to the last final pre-trial.
You got a week to file those and get them heard. There you go.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you. When I said those, I mean the motion to suppress, not the other one. You missed the bind over because you didn't file it in time and you've had the transcript for multiple months. So there goes that one. And the motion to suppress, that's a constitutional issue. I'll let that one be preserved. You have to have the motion filed and heard by next week because the case will go to trial. Now, I will send an order that you draft an order that says the prison must allow unrecorded communication. And I'll put in there, if you want to put in there a period of time that you think is appropriate, whether it's an hour or 2 hours, I'll put that in there. And then in the bottom, I'll tell you, we'll ask you to prepare an order that says their failure to cooperate will result in the court ordering the warden to this court physically. All right. I understand they probably have some difficulties, but I do not care. The Department of Corrections will bring the warden here in this courtroom, not via Zoom. You can put that in there too. The court will not accept a Zoom appearance.
Understood.
All right. And I do not like it when a jail or prison is not helping a defendant speak with his counsel. That is 100% unacceptable. I can't even fathom why they're not doing it. And so the answer is we'll get it done. And if I have to issue a writ to bring him here and put him in our jail for days, I'll make sure that happens too. But, and we need to have that. You prepare that today. I don't care if you handwrite it. I could have somebody print it out here, but that's 100% unacceptable. All right. Anything else, Mr. Denon?
No, I believe the court's covered the issue.
All right, thank you very much. Anything else, Ms. Castle?
No, Your Honor.
All right, this case is at the top for proceeding to trial. And what's the trial date, Madam Clerk? Yeah, hold on just a second. Let me get the trial date first, then I'll turn to you. Yes.
June 23rd.
All right. Yes, ma'am, Ms. Satala?
I'm having major ankle surgery on Friday, June 12th, which is next Friday. So I was just going to ask you if you could put out the trial date beyond that. And also Mr. Du Bois is raising his hand, so I think he may have a question.
I'll get to him in just a second.
Okay.
Yeah, we understand why the judge is upset. They're literally trying so hard not to use that word anymore. They're not letting him talk to his attorneys, the jail. You can't talk to your attorney. Here's the flip side though. This defendant, you're about to see. He's like, yeah, whatever. I don't care. Everyone, the judge is mad. The defense attorney's mad. The prosecutor had just said on the record, I'm withdrawing the plea. All this is going on, and the defendant sitting there peacefully, calmly, has not spoken to his attorney because the jail won't let him. There's so much going on right now. And he's just sitting there like, I'm just existing.
Who's the other attorney from your office?
Lynn Getz.
Ms. Getz, I believe, is available. I can confirm right now for you, Your Honor, if you just give me 1 second. It was June, what was the date? 23rd?
23rd.
I have Lynn's calendar, actually.
All right, no problem. All right, it's going to go on June 23rd. We kicked the can long enough. Now, Mr. Du Bois, you have your hand raised. Either that or you're scratching your head.
No, yes. Your Honor, for the sake of the court and time, this has been drug out for months and months and months. If he's extending the offer for a possession right now, I'm going to accept, and we're just going to move forward. I want to put this to rest. I want some peace in my life. This has went on long enough. Like, if that is the case, I'll accept, and we'll just move forward with sentencing. Like, this has been super taxing on me emotionally, physically. I'm already in prison, like, for the sake of the cost for the court and the time and the energy. Like, I think there's time better well spent, if I'm just being honest with you. I'll just accept it and we can move forward.
Hold on just a moment.
There is a time and place for a defendant to just be like, you know what? I just want this to be over with. I'll take responsibility. It would actually work in his favor to let the judge be angry at the prosecutor, everyone on the executive branch. It would be absolutely in his benefit to let that. And he's just like, you know what? I just want this to be done. We need more defendants like this. He's like, I'm already serving time. Like, can we just speed this up? I mean, what's the holdup? I'll take the deal. I'll just take it. Good for him.
We need to turn back to two other people here. The first one is the prosecutor. Now, hold on. Before I do, let me ask you, is anybody scored to just a simple possession?
One time,
I'm going to guess, Mr. Du Bois, you're currently in prison. And what are you in prison on?
It's a parole violation for a domestic violence from 4 years ago. Almost 5 years ago.
All right. With a HAB 4, I'm going to assume he scores a 5 to 23, maybe a 10 to 23.
That's what I'm seeing is 10 to 23. I was just verifying.
Based upon experience.
That sounds like in the ballpark.
Does anybody know how long a parole violation is on?
The Otis currently, originally was a date in April. It's because of the violations, it's been moved to July something. I don't know if it's going to be extended further, but that's what Otis says today.
And this morning, Mr. Boyes advised that he believes he has about 10 months remaining, so it's an influx.
Your Honor, looking at the scoring, I just wanted to clarify. It looks like I did a score at one point, and just because of the extensive prior record, it is somewhat higher.
Just tell me what you think.
I have it at 19 to 38.
All right, well, okay. All right, so I'm not going to, I can let counsel speak to their client. Before we even do that, the first question comes to Mr. Denhoughton. Mr. Denhoughton, I guess that's an offer to reopen it. And technically, it's up to you now.
Well, that coming in today, that was my bottom line.
Oh, that will absolutely happen. He's not going to forget this. He will absolutely not forget this. And this hearing goes on for a little bit longer, but no, that's an absolute violation of the prisoner's constitutional rights. The jail is not letting him speak to his attorney. That's not okay.
We've had some discussions. I was under there saying the defendant was not going to accept it, but if he were to make the plea today, I would allow that to go forward. I would extend that today if he accepts today.
I mean, if we can get if I can get the guidelines nailed down today and we can come to some.
I got it, everybody. I know what we're going to do. At least I know what I think we should do. We're to take about, right now it's at 10 o'clock, or wait, 9:45. We're going to, Mr. Du Bois, if anybody from the prison comes and gets you, you tell them no, that some really mean but handsome and charismatic judge in Cadillac says you need to stay there for another 30 minutes. We're going to see if we can go contact YouTube. You can call in, by the way. In fact, do that, Ms. Gansel. Call in so that way he's occupied. Right, call into our Zoom. We'll put you into a breakout room. Meanwhile, Mr. Denhoughton, do you have anything else going on over in Lake City today, this morning?
This afternoon arrangements, but nothing further.
Nothing this morning? All right, we'll chill out.
Your Honor.
All right.
Your Honor, may I?
Yes, you may.
May I ask Mr. Denhoughton, will you consider a use for the syringe, please?
Hold on. I can't keep doing this with this one case. We're gonna take Miss Castle and or Miss Sotelo can be placed into a breakout room. You can talk to them. Mr. Denhoughton's not gonna go anywhere. He's gonna sit over here and watch us today, or maybe get a cup of coffee. I don't know. And then, do I have any Department of Corrections people here? I do not. Don't worry. I will ask my staff because they'll respond quicker to us. What is his last guideline scoring? Like his PRVs? Anybody know that?
I believe he might have maxed them out.
Yeah,
I'm sure he did.
And not to belabor it, but I think that the scoring I just indicated, that was based upon a plea to resisting obstructing, which has been removed. So I think it's a little bit lower than what I just indicated.
Okay. All right. Because on a maxed out and on one of these possessions on a D grid, everyone here in court, welcome to watching a sausage making. What we do. All right. Yeah, he's gonna max.
Oh, we love it, Judge. We love it. All the mess ups is the guy in jail about to get what he just asked for. This is awesome. This is awesome. Also, Lucy's the one who sent me this clip. Thank you so much, Lucy. You are awesome.
Out on a 10 to 23. It could be a 19 to 38 if he has 10 points or more. And the only other points that he would be scoring would be for the OV. whether or not he scores for 12 or 13. 12. For that assault resist. What does that give him? 1 point. And then whether or not there's anything for OV 13. As long as he doesn't score more than 9 points, it's a 10 to 23. You guys think about it. We're going to call you back in a little bit. Ms. Satawa, you can be put into the breakout room too, along with Ms. Castle. And we'll call the case back, Mr. Du Bois. Thank you all very much. And then you all decide what you want me to do. Thank you, folks. Our next case is.
All right, before we continue, let's catch up real quick. Cheshire Cat, thank you. 25K, Heather. When you doing Colin's Nails Live? You really want that? You really want that? Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. But I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Also, Alan, thank you so much for the PayPal, and Java Puppy. Both you guys with very generous PayPals. We are. Math is hard. We are okay. Well, we're halfway to the goal of me. I knew I had to set this high for a reason. We're halfway to the goal for me to be on video for the rest of the month. We're halfway there. We're going to be streaming for a while tonight. I'll tell you, let's see, 30, 40, like 30, hour and a half. Yeah, we're going to be streaming for at least 3 hours at this point. So let's go. You guys are awesome. So yeah, Java Puppy and Alan, very generous PayPals. Thank you so much.
All right, we are back on the records with People versus Bobby Du Bois, and this is once again file number 26-14212FH. Counselor back again. We've got Mr. Denhoughton, who is standing in for the prosecutor's office, and Ms. Castle here in the courtroom, who is on behalf of the defendant. And instead of Kirsch Satawa, we now have
Lynn Getz.
Lynn Getz. Thank you very much. And Mr. Du Bois, can you still see and hear us, sir?
I can.
Thank you. All right. Mr. Denham, what do you think we're doing?
Your Honor, we had taken a few minutes, I think, and I think the court may have the prior PSI report.
MB, seriously? MB, you are freaking awesome. You are freaking awesome, MB. You didn't even put a note. You didn't even put a note. All right. Well, we are now, let's see. I'll do the math here in a second. We'll watch the rest of this video.
As well, but we were just doing some tentative guidelines. I do, obviously this is an estimation, but I am now coming up with 10 to 23. I believe opposing counsel is coming up with 10 to 23 as well. I don't know if that would be in line with what the court would consider as well, but obviously there's no guarantees, but that is our current estimate, Your Honor.
All right. And is he pleading to the count one?
That's my understanding that he would be pleading to count one. I've also agreed it's no killabrew, but simply to leave sentencing discretion of the court, but obviously no sentence agreement.
All right.
Yes, that's correct about him taking the plea today. It is my estimate that it is still 10 to 23. However, we do want to go back and look at the PRVs again with having his full criminal history ahead of us. Just to see, but at most we believe it to be 10 to 23.
Yeah, he's got quite a record, but I just glanced it. I didn't see 10-year gaps, but yeah. All right. Thank you. All right, Mr. Du Bois, is that how you wish to resolve it still today, sir?
Yes.
Please raise your right hand. Sir, you swear or affirm that the information and testimony you're about to provide shall be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
You may lower your hands. Back on June 24th of last year, 2025, were you on parole back then?
I was.
All right, so were you violated on parole based upon these allegations, and that's what put you back in prison?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Counsel will, of course, remind me about that so I can take it into consideration, regardless of how these guidelines are scored, especially if they're scored at an OB level 2, which boosts them to a presumptive prison sentence. Okay, I'll take that in consideration because you'll have court guidelines incorrect. All right, Mr. Du Bois, that means that any sentence this court gives would have to run consecutive to whatever sentence you are serving. That means that, let's say you get out on your parole on August 1st, and then I give you a year. You'd have to serve that year here in the county jail. If I gave you 13 months, you then would have to serve it there in the prison, but it would begin on August 2nd. Does that make sense?
It does.
All right, good. You are currently charged on a felony information with 2 counts and a sentencing enhancement. Count 1 is possession of the.
No, I will not, Bill. No, I will not. This is the comment I just responded to. No, but I might have to make the goal. I might have to have a second goal. We're really close to the first one. Man, you guys are awesome.
Controlled substance methamphetamine. Now that's a felony punishable by up to 10 years and or up to $15,000. Plus, there's a 4th habitual felony enhancement that could, within the discretion of the court, increase that potential punishment from up to 10 years to up to life. However, if you plead guilty to count 1 and the court accepts that plea, the prosecutor will dismiss the 4th habitual enhancement. Count 2 is a charge of assault, resist, or obstruct a police officer. That is a felony punishable by up to 2 years and or up to $2,000. And because of the 4th habitual felony enhancement, it could be increased to up to 15 years. However, count 2 will also be dismissed. So far, sir, is that what you understood you were doing today?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. All right, now by entering a plea of guilty today, if I accept that plea, you'll be given up certain rights and not have it. You'd be given up the right to be tried by a jury, the right to be tried without a jury if you chose, the court, the prosecutor consented, the right to be presumed innocent until proven guilty, the right to have the prosecutor prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you are guilty, the right to have the witnesses against you appear at trial, the right to question and cross-examine those witnesses against you, the right to have the court order any witnesses you may have to defense to appear at trial, the right to remain silent in the trial, the right to not have silence used against you, and the right to testify if you refuse to testify. Mr. Du Bois, you understand those rights?
I do.
And you understand that if you plead guilty and I accept that plea, you will be forever waiving those rights as they apply to this particular case.
Now, I would just ask Skeptic to appear in his mankini. We're about $100 away from me being on video for the rest of the month, so I can't get away with just saying I am. Speaking of which, Legal Keys, thank you so much for your Venmo. You're awesome as well, bud. You're awesome as well.
I do.
Furthermore, you may be given up the right to appeal issues that would only be appealable if you were convicted at trial. Also, any appeal as to the conviction and sentence pursuant to the pretrial agreement will be by filing an application for leave to appeal and not a claim of appeal by right. Also, you'll be given up the right to claim that the plea was a result of any promise, threat, or inducement not told to me today on the.
All right, we'll put Heather in a tube sock. Okay, fair enough. Let's go. We'll see how she feels about that.
Record. Have there been any other promises, threats, inducements to entice or compel you to plead guilty today that we haven't talked about?
No.
Has anyone, have you spoken to counsel about potential punishment, things like that?
I have.
Has anyone made any promises to you as to exactly what the sentence will be in this case?
No, sir.
We talked a little bit about guidelines. I highlight for you that the guidelines are not mandatory. It's up to the court to determine what the sentence of the court will be. However, the court does take those into consideration, and I generally stay within the guidelines anyways. To wish to enter the plea as we discussed?
Yes, sir.
As to count 1, how do you plead?
Guilty.
Before the court can accept that plea, I'm going to have you tell me what it is that you did to make you guilty of an offense. Turning your attention to June 24th of 2025.
Possessed a needle knowingly that had methamphetamine in it.
All right, and did you have any lawful right to possess that methamphetamine?
No.
All right. Now, I've got a question here. Does anybody know why it says on the felony information under city, township, village, out of county? I mean, it says Wexford County next to it, but it says out of county.
All right, Bill. I'll counter. If we hit $800, you know what? Let's just do something different. For anyone that's donating to the marathon stream, why don't you start telling me who you want to see on stream with me? How about that? So not me or Heather. Those are clearly possibilities, but name somebody. Who you want to see? A judge, an attorney? I can reach out. I can use my contacts and reach out. You want to see another streamer? Do a stream with me. Let me know. What do you guys want? Tonight's going great. So what do you guys want to see? I know you don't want to see me in whatever Bill's saying, but yeah, Judge Slavin. Yeah, I've been trying for Judge Slavin. Judge Slavin's keeping a low profile right now. I'm trying. He keeps saying yes and then backing out. So that's absolutely gonna happen. Just I don't know when. It might not be for a little bit. He's trying to build up his defense attorney profile right now, and I don't think I would do him any help by having him on my channel right now. So, but yeah, that's gonna happen. It's gonna happen.
Maybe because the Grand Traverse County Sheriff's Department come into Wexford and did the stop.
Oh, okay, so they did the stop here in the county? That
Yes,
would
sir.
explain all right, that would explain the officers listed. All right, thank you very much.
That's a possibility. That is absolutely a possibility. We can get Mustache Maze on, or I can ask. I don't know if he will, but he has his own channel. I just have to ask him. But yeah, I would probably need a DUI case for him, so maybe I'll keep on the lookout, and yeah, I can do that. Simpson will not come on stream with me. I've asked him for an interview a couple times. He will do it, but in a very professional capacity, and I'm not a very professional interviewer. So that one's kind of tough. I've actually tried to get Mr. Allen and Miss Ann, and they both declined. So yeah, I've tried. Just I've got a little bit of because they know who I am. I've got a little bit of leeway. Not leeway. It's not the right word, but they know who I am. So I've tried to use that to try to get something. An interview. But yeah, they're all declining. But yeah, with Judge Simpson, it would be in a professional capacity. He did say he would let me interview him, but he wants to do it in person. So yeah, he's not. That's all I'm going to say. That's all I'm going to say for those two. For those actually three I just said.
And again, you knew that it was methamphetamine that was inside that syringe, at least some amount?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Denham, do you believe you provide a factual basis?
Yes, sir.
Are you aware of any of the promises, threats, and inducements?
No, Your Honor.
Do you believe I comply with 6.302?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Castle, do you agree?
Yes, Your Honor.
The court agrees and finds the defendant's plea that it is made freely, knowingly, and voluntarily. The court further finds the testimony provided by the defendant under oath on the record satisfies the required elements of proof. Therefore, the defendant is found guilty of count one. The sentencing enhancements will be dismissed at the time of sentencing. Mr. Du Bois will be back in about 4, maybe 5 or 6 weeks. Ms. Castle will, of course, remind me that you are in custody serving a sentence related to this, and I'll take that into consideration. Between now and then, an agent from the Michigan Department of Corrections is going to prepare a pre-sentence investigation report. That report will include a description of the offense, description of the pretrial agreement, any statements, information you may provide, as well as information about any prior criminal history, performances on bond, performance on parole, and probation. Again, keep in mind whatever recommendation is listed there is merely a recommendation, and any guideline scoring is also just that, a recommendation. You're going to get this packet, complete it, turn it back in. It's really just going to be an update on the one that you already have taking you into prison. You'll be subject to an interview with an agent from the Department of Corrections. You have the right to have one of your many attorneys there to assist you. All right, do you have any questions today, sir?
No, sir.
Court hereby revokes bond and ransom in custody, which of course is merely semantics. Anything further, Mr. Denham?
No,
And Ms. Castle?
Just administrative. When I reviewed the advice of
keep
rights with Mr. Du Bois during the brief recess, he gave me permission to sign on his behalf for an advice of rights. Would you like me to complete one of those forms?
Okay, that's fine. Mr. Du Bois, I forgot to tell you, you have the right to be physically present here in the courtroom whenever there's a sentence given. You also have the right to waive that and allow us to conduct sentencing via Zoom with you there at the Department of Corrections. Now, I know that most inmates prefer not to be brought out. Extra searches, they might miss a class, a training, a work shift if they're on a program. So I don't care, but if you would like a drive up here, see the see the beautiful countryside, I can make that happen.
Okay.
Do you want to ride, or will you appear via
No,
Zoom?
we can do it via Zoom. It'll save time and money.
Oh, all right, sounds good. I just wanted to let you know. All right, thank you all. Now, Ms. Getz, we didn't get a chance to hear from you much today. Is there anything you'd like to say?
Good morning, and thank you for taking care of this so expeditiously, Your Honor.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Yeah. Thank you. It's been a long road, and I'm glad that you were able to get this expedited like you were, because it's been a really, really, really long road for me. So thank you.
No problem. Remind me about that when we come back for sentencing. Thank you all very much. We are adjourned.
Thank you.
All right. So that was a masterclass on how to get into the judge's good graces. You just pretty much guaranteed yourself a bottom of the guideline sentence. I don't even know what the charge. Well, the charges were they were drug related, possession related. I get it. But yeah, you just saved the judge a major headache, and he's still probably going to write a very strongly worded letter to the jail. Anyways, you guys are awesome. I'm all caught up right now, so I don't have to thank anybody right now. But I do appreciate you guys all being here, and we've got a long way to go. We've got a long way to go. We are cruising. We are cruising.
Everybody back now.
Oh, this one's also thanks to Lucy. Man. You know what? I don't really want to say anything about this. This is a small claims matter. I don't want to say anything about this, so let me talk about it. It's a small claims matter. The lady got her car towed, and then now she doesn't think she has to owe. Yeah, this one's weird. It's kind of fun. It's weird though. Just the story. She okay. Spoiler alert, she's gonna talk for a while. just so you're ready for it.
Mint Vu versus Thurston County Collision and Summit Towing, number 39479.
Outside. That's the flavor that he's drinking. Outside. Yeah, I don't know.
Okay. And then you folks.
I say that because he looks exhausted. He works for a collision company. He might be the owner of it. I don't know. Look how tired he is. He does not want to be in court. So that's why I'm saying that. He wants the outside flavor of LaCroix, however you pronounce it.
Come up to the table too. It's easier for everybody to hear you if you do. All right, and Jeff LaCroix, you're here representing Thurston County Collision.
Yes.
Right. I'm going to address a preliminary matter in this case before we launch into it. It may partially resolve the case. Just a second.
I can't unsee that now. Thank you, Bill. You always point out the obvious, but yeah, I appreciate that. That is I'm going to say Timu. I mean, Ted Cruz has gained a little weight lately, right? He's a little bit bigger than he was when he ran for president. But yeah, this is younger Ted Cruz.
Here. Okay, so there are two defendants in this case, Thurston County Collision, and it appears that the claim there is based on an agreement to do some repair work on a vehicle. Second defendant is Summit Towing, and the claim there appears to be based on Summit Towing impounding the plaintiff's vehicle at the request of Thurston County Collision, subsequently auctioning that vehicle. That second part is what I want to address. Okay. And this is going to be a question to you, Ms. Vu. Ordinarily, when a vehicle is impounded at the request of a private party, the
All right, I've got a weird option. This one's a little bit of a slower case. It's good, but it's a little bit longer. How many of you, how many of you have not seen the sob sit that I put out earlier? Why don't I cut into this, play the sovereign citizen video I put out earlier, so we can, pick up the excitement a little bit. Has I need to see. I need to see. So we have 81 people here. Who has not seen it? If we get 10 people that said they haven't seen it, I'm gonna play that one. Oh, Dan wants to see this one. Dan wants to see this one. Yeah, this is all right. Germer hasn't seen it. Lucy says yes. Judge Fish for the win. Java probably already knows. Oh, trying to click on it. All right. All right. Don't worry, Dan. We're gonna be streaming for a long time tonight, so we'll play this one next. But I don't want to play a slow one after. I mean, the last one was good, but it was kind of slow, right? So let's play the soft sit. I gotta load it though. So just give me 1 second. We'll play the soft sit. I need to find it without my edits. Not there. Okay. All right. All right. Don't worry, Dan. We'll get back to that one. We're gonna be streaming for a long time tonight, so I just wanted to kind of pick up the pace a little. I don't want too many people falling off. So let's go. Soft sit. Judge Fish. I did play this one earlier today. It's really good. It's really good.
Prince Pugh, state would you please start a record?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. This is State of Indiana versus Prince Pugh, cause number 64D01-2305F64448. Defendant appears in court in person by video conferencing with counsel, Mr. Steve Pribble. State of Indiana by Gary Gurman.
Morning, Mr. Pugh. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Pribble?
Your Honor, did the court get the filing just done this morning? If not, I do have a copy for the court's consideration.
You filed something?
I did, Your Honor.
I did not see anything come through my queue. Last thing I have is my order striking documents from June 9th.
May I approach?
You may. Okay. Yeah, Mr. Pugh, it looks like your attorney has requested permission to withdraw from the case.
Upon Mr. Pugh's request, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. What I'll do is take that under advisement and my assumption is you intend to try to proceed on your own and without counsel. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so you're asking to be able to proceed on your own and without counsel. I'm going to set this for a Feretta hearing. I will take the withdrawal of Mr. Pribble under advisement pending that hearing. We will send you some documents out, or at least one document out to the jail that you can review prior to the Feretta hearing related to pro se representation.
Yeah, I saw that. I put it out about 3 hours before he did. I knew that was going to happen. If I put something out that's good, Mike's going to put it out a couple hours later. That's how it works. Sometimes it's instant. Sometimes, yeah. He put out the naked in court person that I put out yesterday. He put that out today. It's just how it works. He doesn't watch my channel, but his people do. His people will watch my channel like, oh, that was good. I'm gonna go download that video and send it to Mike and say that I'm responsible for this. Like, it's how it works. It's how his channel runs.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that at 10:30 today. Mr. Purple, you don't need to be present for it. Mr. Pugh, I'm gonna have my staff fax something out to the jail right now. They'll present that to you, give you time to review it and prepare for a hearing that'll be held here in about an hour and 20 minutes, where we'll go through your FRERETA rights and make sure that you understand what would be required of you for you to be able to represent yourself before the court pro se. Okay?
Yes, for the record, Your Honor, did you review my documents?
Sir, you filed a bunch of stuff the other day. I struck all that from the record because you're represented by counsel. As I've advised you before, we don't allow for hybrid representation. I would caution you, all the things that you filed that you asked me to consider, none of those, even if you were representing yourself, would be items that are pertinent to this matter, okay? So that'll be something we delve into quite deeply here in about an hour and 20 minutes, all right? Because you're gonna be expected to follow all the rules of this court that are promulgated by the Indiana Supreme Court. And if you're incapable of doing that, you will not be able to represent yourself in front of this court. So that's just a prelude, I suppose, to the hearing we'll have here in an hour and 20 minutes. You understand?
Indeed.
Indeed. We'll see you back at 10:30.
Indeed. Let's go.
Record for Prince Pugh.
This is good. This is good. Okay, so for those of you that have not seen this already, for those of you that have, I apologize when we're playing this, but we're gonna be shooting for about 4 hours tonight, so I thought we'd wake up the crowd a little bit with this one. If there was ever a prime example of answering every question of the FRERETA hearing wrong, this guy nails it. This is exactly what you don't do in a FRERETA hearing when you're trying to represent yourself.
Yes, Judge, this is a resumption of our hearing earlier. It's State of Indiana versus Prince Pugh, 64D012305F64448. Defendant appears in court in person by video conferencing without counsel. State of Indiana by Gary Gurman.
Mr. Pugh, did you have a chance to review the advice for self-represented defendants that we sent out to the jail a few minutes ago?
No, it was denied.
You didn't get a chance to review it, or you didn't receive it?
I didn't get a chance to review it because I'm not here to speak on. Yes, it was presented. Yes. Yeah, I'm not here to speak on the FRERETA rights.
It was presented to you, but you did not review it, correct?
Yes.
Okay, please raise your hand to be sworn.
I take no other oaths beyond allegiance to the United States of American Republic.
All right, sir. Well, you have to swear in to participate in a FRERETA hearing. Please raise your right hand to be sworn.
Yes, I take no other oaths beyond the United States of American Republic. I'm not a resident or I'm not a U.S. citizen, respectfully.
Right. Mr. Pugh, if you don't swear in, I can't even conduct a FRERETA hearing. And if you refuse to swear in and you won't go through the FRERETA hearing, then there's no way you could represent yourself. So, I mean, if you can't even acknowledge that you're under oath and that you're telling the truth, then there's no purpose for us to even proceed further. I can just deny your request to proceed pro se, deny Mr. Fribble's.
Well, I object, Your Honor. I object, Your Honor, respectfully.
There.
I only take an oath to the United States of American Republic.
Well, sir, let me go through the oath with you and see if it's one that you're willing to take. But what I would need you to do is raise your right hand to be sworn.
Okay.
And then what I would say to you is, do you swear or affirm to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So for the record, what is your true legal name?
Prince Pugh Bay.
Okay. Is there an initial or a middle name?
Now comes the respondent, Prince Pugh Bay, a national citizen through the United States of American Republic, a sovereign government that has its own jurisdiction.
Okay, I will note your refusal to give me your true legal name for the record. It appears that you are either unwilling or incapable of acknowledging your legal identity. Are you currently
I
under the
object.
influence of any alcohol or drugs?
I object. The full legal name was just given, Prince Pugh Bay, on the record for the record.
Yeah, I think he spells Bay, B-E-Y.
Yes, correct.
I believe that you have a middle name, sir.
Yes, D.
Okay, well, why didn't you say that before?
Prince D. Pugh Bay.
Okay. And is Bay a name given to you by, on your birth certificate or by
Yes.
birth, or was it something that was a legal name change, something of that nature?
No, it's my full name that's on my certificate of live birth.
Okay, and tell me more about your certificate of live birth.
My certificate of live birth is a birth right and customs of the United States of America Republic by me being a full-blooded Cherokee Indian.
Okay. So the moniker or suffix Bay, B-E-Y, is not part of your legal name, correct?
No, that is incorrect. That is my full-blown name and appellation.
Okay. So once again, the court will note for the record that the defendant refuses to acknowledge their legal identity. All right, sir. Are you currently under the influence of any alcohol or drugs?
Once again, I object. Full name was given that's on the certificate of live birth, which is in the filing. And no, I am not under
the next question.
Any intoxicants whatsoever.
Sir, are you under the influence of any alcohol or drugs? That's a yes or no question.
No.
You understand you have a constitutional right to a lawyer?
I object. I understand that my constitutional rights are being violated at this particular point.
Sir, it's also a very simple question. You understand you have a constitutional right to a lawyer?
I understand that my constitutional rights are being violated at this particular point, and I am not a resident of Porter County, nor a resident of the state of Indiana, nor a U.S. citizen. I'm a Morse American national of the United States of America Republic.
Okay, sir. You understand that you have a right to an attorney. If you can't afford one, the court would appoint one for you. Do you understand that?
No.
Okay. Mr. Pugh, do you recognize that this court operates under the Constitution and laws of the state of Indiana?
No, I understand that the state of Indiana Constitution, as well as the U.S. Constitution, as well as my ordained Constitution of the United States of America Republic, is in violation at this particular point, and that you need to contact the federal government, the governor, and the attorney general at this particular point.
Mr. Pugh, do you understand that and recognize the legal authority of this court to hear this case?
No, I do not. I only take oath of allegiance to the United States of America Republic. And I understand that the state cannot enforce its laws upon me and denationalize me or strip me of my citizenship or nationality. I also understand that the judge cannot sit in authority over citizens of another or a foreign state, nor can the state impair obligations of contract without being in direct, severe, gross due process violations at this particular point.
Mr. Pugh, what does the prosecutor do in this court?
The prosecutor answers motions that were said that were struck down, yet I haven't had a response from the prosecutor in response to any of my motions.
Mr. Pugh, what does the judge do in this court?
The judge is supposed to be a neutral party, yet is, very biased in this particular setting. And once again, the judge needs to uphold the state of Indiana, the U.S., as well as my ordained Constitution. He takes an oath of office to uphold these constitutions, and once again, cannot sit in judgment over a foreign state citizen.
I mean, he can. If you are from another country and you visit here, a judge can sit to make sure that you do have some kind of rights. You don't get the same rights as a U.S. citizen, but you are granted due process all the same. Good job. You're wrong. You're wrong on everything you just said. Again, he doesn't get one of these questions correct. Not one.
Mr. Pugh, tell me about the separation of powers in Indiana.
The separation of powers, the separation of power is supposed to be, once again, within the peace treaty. The state of Indiana, as well as the U.S. Constitution, is supposed to work in a bilateral treaty with the United States of American Republic. I'm not sure if any party of interest is aware of the bilateral treaties that we have.
Mr. Pugh, you understand that if you represent yourself in this court, you'll be held to the exact same standard as a licensed attorney?
No, I understand that I reserve all of my constitutional rights of the United States of American Republic. Once again, for the record, I am not a resident of Porter County, nor a resident of the state of Indiana. I'm a Moorish American national of the United States of American Republic.
Mr. Pugh, you understand that in the course of you representing yourself, the court cannot and would not give you legal advice to help you try your case?
Yes, I understand that I would not be in need of any counsel coming from this appellate court in this particular case, or no case at all. I'm a Moorish American foreign national of the United States of American Republic, and I have the constitutional right to represent myself pro se with any of my filings and any of my motions, and they must be heard.
Mr. Pugh, you understand that criminal trials in this state are governed strictly by the Indiana Constitution, by statutes that are passed by our legislature, by the Indiana criminal rules, by the Indiana rules of trial procedure, by the Indiana rules of evidence, and other Indiana rules that are promulgated by our Supreme Court?
No, I am not a resident of the state of Indiana, nor a resident of Porter County. I understand that the statutes, the codes, the ordinances of the state of Indiana do not apply to me. Neither can the court have original jurisdiction. Only federal courts in cases where foreign state citizens and American Indians can obtain original jurisdiction.
You understand that if you intend to introduce documents or witness testimony, that you must do so by following the Indiana rules of evidence?
No, once again, I am not a resident of the state of Indiana, nor a resident of Porter County. I understand that the statutes, the codes, the ordinances of the state of Indiana do not apply to me. Neither can the court obtain original jurisdiction. Only federal courts in cases with foreign state citizens and American Indians.
You understand that if you don't know how to lay foundation, that your evidence would likely be excluded?
No.
You understand that if the state introduces evidence you believe to be improper, that you would have to object using a specific legal basis found in the rules of evidence?
No, once again, I am not a resident of the state of Indiana. Statutes, codes, rules, and regulations do not apply to me. I'm a foreign state national of the United States of American Republic. I only take oath of allegiance to the United States of American Republic Constitution.
Mr. Pugh, do you agree to be bound by and conduct your defense strictly according to the Indiana Constitution, the statutes of Indiana, the Indiana criminal rules, Indiana rules of criminal procedure, Indiana rules of evidence, and other applicable rules for criminal matters?
No, he doesn't. The answer is no to every one of your questions, Judge. You wonder why you can't represent yourself.
No, once again, I am not a resident of the state of Indiana. The code, statutes, rules, and regulations do not apply to me. To enforce me to obligate would be a breach of trust and a breach of fiduciary duties, of obligations and duties, as well as a breach of contract, according to Article 1, Section 10 of the Constitution. And I reserve all of my constitutional rights of the United States of America Republic.
Mr. Pugh, you understand that if there was a trial held in this matter, that I might make rules on objections and rulings on motions. Do you agree to respect and abide by the rulings, even if you disagree with the court's rulings?
No. Once again, the code, statutes, rules, and regulations do not apply to me. What the court needs to do is contact the federal government, the governor or the attorney general of the state of Illinois. Because right now, the state of Illinois, the state of Indiana Constitution, as well as the U.S. Constitution, is in violation at this particular point.
Sir, will you refrain from raising legal arguments, filing motions, or making statements to the jury that rely on jurisdictional theories, commercial law, or alternative legal codes not recognized by the state of Indiana?
No, I will, because I cannot be denationalized and I cannot be denied citizenship. The only thing that I'm here to discuss is the treaty and the treaty that we have. So no, that would not be something that I will do. All of my motions are to be heard within the court and to be responded to by the plaintiff.
All right, Mr. Pugh, I must advise you that in my professional opinion, it's almost always unwise to represent yourself in a criminal matter. In this case, you're facing a level 6 felony, which carries a possible sentence of 6 months to 2.5 years in prison, and then an additional charge for resisting law enforcement, Class A misdemeanor, which carries an additional sentence of up to a year in jail. You understand the potential penalties you're facing here?
Respectfully, my honor, the consulate manual, page 61, is in violation because no one has contacted my consulate. And, you know, with that, it's a supreme violation of my political and constitutional rights. Once again, resulting in a breach of trust, a breach of fiduciary duties and obligations, according to Article 1, Section 10 of the Constitution. Which once again, I reserve all of my constitutional rights in the United States of America Republic. So I demand at this particular time, my honor, respectfully, for a constitutional review to avoid due process and constitutional civil rights violations, as well as my civil liberties, respectfully.
What consulate are we supposed to be? Yeah, sorry, Judge. You have not reached out to his consulate. Someone make that make sense. No idea.
Mr. Pugh, you realize that a trained lawyer could identify your defenses, constitutional violations that you might miss, and that not having a lawyer could result in a severe disadvantage to you under these circumstances?
No, this is where the judge, being a neutral party, is to uphold and make sure that my constitutional rights are not being in violation. I also demand that without proof of jurisdiction, the court cannot proceed, and I demand for dismissal of this case for lack of jurisdiction for the record.
Okay, we'll deny your motion to dismiss, sir. Firstly, it's not done in writing. Secondly, you are represented by counsel still in this matter because I haven't made a determination about your counsel, and we don't allow hybrid representation. And thirdly, there's no basis in law for your motion to dismiss.
Well, I object to any counsel entry on behalf of any merits on the record for the record.
Mr. Pugh, you understand that you're under severe disadvantage if you choose to represent yourself and you don't follow the strict rules that this court would require you to follow. Knowing that, is it your clear and voluntary desire to represent yourself?
Yes, it is my clear right to represent myself. And no, once again, the code, statutes, rules, and regulations do not apply to me, so I do not acknowledge any rules of the court that would mandate me not to be able to represent myself as I see fit.
Okay, tell me more about your wish to represent yourself pro se.
Well, it's nothing more to discuss beyond me reserving all of my constitutional rights as a foreign state citizen and a full-blooded Cherokee Indian of the United States of America Republic.
Okay, well, sir, I will deny your request to proceed pro se. I will deny Mr. Pribble's motion to withdraw as your counsel. I will make the following findings. I'll find that you have failed to make a clear and unequivocal request to proceed pro se.
Yes, I object.
Your responses to the court's inquiries were evasive, conditional, or reliant on legal theories not recognized by this jurisdiction. And
yes,
as a result,
I object.
the court cannot find a definitive waiver of the right to counsel.
Yes,
in addition,
I object.
The court finds that the right to self-representation is not a license to disregard the procedural and substantive laws of Indiana. During the colloquy, the defendant expressly refused and demonstrated an inability to agree to be bound by the Indiana rules of trial procedure, the Indiana criminal rules,
I object.
Indiana statutes, the Indiana Constitution, and Indiana rules of evidence. And
I
that
object.
the defendant will not agree to follow the established rules of this courtroom, cannot effectively waive the right to counsel and conduct a defense.
Yes, I object, Your Honor.
That to validly waive counsel, the defendant must possess a rational understanding of the proceedings. Based on defendant's answers regarding the constitutional authority of this court, the branches of government, and the respective roles of the judge and prosecutor, the court finds the defendant fundamentally misunderstands or refuses to acknowledge the nature of these proceedings. Consequently, any waiver of counsel is not knowing or intelligent.
I object,
I also
Your Honor.
find that the defendant, or that, allowing the defendant to proceed pro se would fundamentally disrupt the administration of justice. The defendant's conduct and statements during this hearing indicate a persistent intent to challenge the foundational jurisdiction of the court rather than present a defense to the charges. As established in the Hotel F v. State case, the right to self-representation does not protect obstructionist behavior that presents the orderly progression of a trial. I will also find that the defendant's persistent refusal to directly answer the court's basic questions, including questions regarding their identity, their understanding of the charges, their understanding of the appropriate laws and rules that apply in the court, frustrated the court's ability to conduct a meaningful Feretta colloquy, and because
I
of the
object, Your
defendant's
Honor.
non-responsiveness, prevented the court from establishing that a waiver of counsel was knowing, voluntary, and intelligent. Sir, as I mentioned before, we're denying your motion to proceed pro se. I'm denying your defense
I
counsel.
object, Your Honor. Is that an order
and
that you can have in writing?
sir.
Because you cannot just say, I'm striking down the motion.
I love it. He just ended it. He just ended it right there. It's like, nope, that's it. Denying your motion. No, have fun. Poor defense attorney. Poor defense attorney. This is going to be a fun case to follow. All right. Anyways, hopefully that woke you guys up a little bit. Let's go back to the case that Dan won. Hopefully Dan's still here. Is Dan still here? I don't know if Dan's still here. He doesn't like sob sits. Real quick, Phil. Thank you so much. Found another wallet. Thank you, Phil. I appreciate it. And for the 5 gifted memberships, welcome to the 5 new members. Phil, you are awesome. Thank you so much. And Skittle Shits. No. Yep, I think that's the only word he knows. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much. You guys are awesome. I already said that. Okay, let's go. Back to the tow case. Hopefully Dan's still here.
Founding authority provides notice, and then that triggers a timeline for an opportunity to challenge the impound. There's court procedure for that. And as part of the hearing in a case like that, you can recover costs, including the cost of the impound, the cost of storage, and also any damage that may have occurred to the vehicle or any loss of use of the vehicle. Those are all part of a cause of action in an impound hearing. And that's an exclusive remedy in the situation where a vehicle is impounded by a private party. In this case, reviewing the record, it doesn't appear that any such request was made within the statutorily allowed 10 days following the notice of the impound. So in my view, and I'll hear your position on this in case you have a different view, but it appears that the failure to request an impound hearing based on the claimed actions of Summit Towing, the failure to do that within the statutorily allowed 10 days precludes you bringing this claim in small claims against Summit Towing. So do you have any response as to why the ordinary impound hearing process was not used and not appropriate in that case?
So yes, Your Honor. So I had foot surgery during that time frame and recovery. So I didn't even go to my mailbox for like a month. And the most important thing is I was not expecting this at all because of the constant communication that was happening between me and TCC, the repair shop. We were communicating regularly, and just a sudden towing and auctioning off my car was so unexpected that I didn't think I had to go to the mailboxes to see what was going on, because we were doing all the communication via texting. So so when I did open the mailbox, it was already past I guess they sent me like two notice, the first notice and then a second notice. And they may have met all the timelines, but that is the reason why I didn't get any of the notices until it was after it was auctioned off. Now, the reason I named them as a defendant is when I went back to the office after I found out that it was auctioned off, I immediately went to the office, Summit Towing's office, and talked to Brooklyn. I suppose she's the manager or receptionist there, and she was the one that was mostly communicating with me. And I told her my situation and how that was an improper tow and impound and final auctioning off. And she said that it was abandonment because I said that I was in constant communication with TCC, so it's not abandonment at all. And she said, yes, she was aware. They were aware that we were in communication, but still, I did not pick up my car. So I don't know how they could have towed a car knowing that it wasn't an abandonment issue, which is just leaving a car there, not having heard from anybody. That would be abandonment. And also, I noticed in their exhibits they had some photos of their Summit Towing signs near the office, but I also have an exhibit Z to show that they didn't have a sign at the entrance. And I think the law says that they have to have signs at every entrance, and every visible part of like outside the building, inside the building. I felt like they knew what was going on and they just decided to take the action because they were sort of on the side of the defendant one, and then the pure refusal to just provide me photos.
Ms. Vu, I'm going to stop you there. Okay. These are the kind of challenges that can be raised in an impound hearing. And I don't think it's proper to revive a cause of action that's passed by bringing it in small claims. In other words, you can't extend the time allowed to challenge an impound by bringing it as a small claim instead of challenging the impound appropriately in the first place. My intent is to dismiss some towing from this case. So any part of this action that claims damages for Summit Towing impounding the vehicle and subsequently auctioning it after having impounded the vehicle at the request of defendant Thurston County Collision is going to be precluded. That the time for that cause of action passed. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and explain to you how we'll do this and get you sworn in, and I'll hear your claim and your defense. Okay. So what I'll do is I'll swear the parties in. The plaintiff will then go first and present their claim. Ms. Vu, you're the plaintiff in this case, so you'll present your case first. That means you'll testify about your claim and refer the court to any exhibits that have been properly filed in the court file. And then if you have any witnesses who you would like the court to hear from, I can swear them in and hear from them. After the plaintiff's had an opportunity to present their case, it'll be the defendant's turn. Same process. Mr. LaCroix, you'll tell me about your defense to the claim. Through your testimony, refer the court to any exhibits that have been properly filed. And then if you have any witnesses who you feel that I need to hear from, I will swear them in and hear from them. I'll hear from each party once. We won't go back and forth. I'm going to ask you to keep in mind a couple of things. When the other party is presenting their case, I'll ask you not to try and stop or interrupt them, even if you believe that they're telling me things that are inaccurate or not true. Please keep in mind that you will either get a chance in a few minutes to tell me your side of the story, or you've already told me your side of the story and I'm aware of it. I may need to ask you questions from time to time, and I'll do that in order to make sure I understand the nature of your claim or the nature of your defense. I may also ask questions or interrupt you from time to time to keep things focused on just the facts and circumstances that'll help me resolve this case, and not on things that are kind of tangential and don't really contribute toward getting a resolution to your case. All right. Now, I have dismissed Summit Towing as a defendant in this action, and unless you're going to testify as part of the defense, then you're free to go.
Thank you so much. You're gonna watch?
It's up to you. Totally free to do that.
I'm gonna go back to the office.
All right, I'll get the both of you sworn in then. So can I have you each raise your right hand? And do you each swear the testimony that you give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
All right, Ms. Vu, you're the plaintiff. You can go right ahead.
So on August 18th, 2025, I got in a car accident on the freeway, and one of the wheels got hit, and just the corner of the left side, the front left side, and my car became disabled. So before I towed it to a shop, I called around to see. I called quite a few shops to see if they would use used parts to fix my car, because obviously it's, my car is like about 10 years old, and I just didn't. It would make no sense to have put in new parts. So I called around, and then I got to Thurston County Collision. Ellen McGill was the one whom I've been dealing with all this time. She was the manager, and she said, yeah, they use used parts. That's what they were going to do. And so just with that information alone, I decided to tow my car to have it towed to Thurston County Collision. And from here on, I'm going to say TCC just to give brief. So it was towed on August 18th by Black Lake Towing. And when the car got towed, the office was closed and there was nobody there, and so we really didn't know what to do. I mean, I didn't know what to do, but the car was towed there. We were just like a couple minutes after 5, and the towing company demanded payment at a different rate. It was a different rate than what was told to me on the phone. And you can also see from their invoice that they canceled out a rate and they put another rate. And then he told me that on top of that, he wasn't happy about it because the driver wanted a higher rate and he didn't agree with what the office person said. But then I was willing to pay that. But then he said, well, I'm going to have to charge you extra for paying a credit card. And I didn't have cash. So in the end, I ended up not paying for it. And I said I was going to call their office, which I did the very same day. Nobody answered the phone. The next morning, nobody answered the phone. I told them, look, I have a situation here. How much do I owe? This was the rate that I understood it to be when I called you guys. Anyways, so that was that piece of it. And then, so on the 19th, I sent an email to TCC for an estimate. I said, I've dropped off my car. I just want to get an estimate. And then immediately after, I got an estimate on the 19th, very quickly. But then the estimate really didn't show any, it was all OEM, aftermarket OEM parts, new parts. It didn't indicate at all that they were going to use used parts. And this is where in my suit, I found out that there's a kind of deceptive, and it may be kind of a a trade issue here, but I'm not going to focus on that in this suit. So anyway, so I asked about that in email, which is in in an exhibit 3A. 3A says, I drop off your car and I'm interested in using used parts only. And then I would be there on August 20th to take photos on my car. And on the 19th, and then yeah, exhibit 3B continues to say that I wanted that I was surprised that they weren't going to use used parts. And just by the rate at which the estimate came back, like almost immediately, gave me confirmed that they actually didn't really make an effort to go look for the used parts. And I really was expecting them to take some time. And then exhibit 3B will show that no, they don't have, they're saying that used parts are more expensive than new parts, which made no sense to me. But basically I told my car there, and then I'm being told, no, we're going to have to use new parts. So this is why it took me a little while to kind of decide what I was going to do, because it was not what I expected. And then, so when I showed up, and I asked all these questions in email as well, and it's in the exhibit. So on the 20th, I showed up to take photos of my car. And by that, when I got there, well, actually exhibit 1A, you can see that was the condition of my car when I dropped it off. It was just the front. It was the front wheel and just the front left corner of it that was damaged. And then I showed exhibit 1B. The interior of the car was perfect. There was nothing. I didn't see any damage at all. It was all like exterior stuff to be fixed. So on the 20th August, I went to, in the afternoon, I went to take photos of my car, and I realized that I saw that it was already kind of dismantled. I thought they were going to wait for me, instructions on how I want this done, make agreements on what's going to happen, but they had already disassembled the fender and a bunch of other things that I didn't know what happened, because it just looked like a different car. And well, so I have pictures of that too, which, let me see where they are, but it's some, okay. So Your Honor, what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you kind of a brief overview, and then I'm going to go through the exhibits to kind of capture any gaps there, if there were any gaps. Is that approach okay by you? Instead of going back and forth between the exhibits and my accounting of what happened.
Yeah, I mean, you can, yeah, present your case, yeah, however you'd like.
However.
If I
All
find
right.
it confusing, I'll let you know.
You find it confusing?
No, if I do, I'll let you know.
Oh,
Otherwise,
okay.
go ahead.
Okay, sorry. So anyway, so yeah, it was already dismantled, and it has already gone through a I don't know if they call it at that time. So, there were times when they say it was a tear down, and at times they would say it was not a tear down. I had no idea, but I knew that tear down sounds like a really serious thing. But it looked like the whole fender was out, and I don't know, and there were some parts that had been pulled out, perhaps to see what was behind those parts. But that was all done before they had a conversation with me. And then they had me sign it looked like a general repair authorization, which is exhibit 4. So my understanding of this repair authorization is It was written in very general, high level language. It's just that I'm allowing them to inspect the car. I was not expecting them to do tear down or any kind of major damage to the car where they couldn't put any parts back. Because at that point, I wasn't sure if I was gonna, like, they were going to be the repair shop. I just wanted to get an estimate. But when I got there on the 20th, I saw things disassembled. I was starting to wonder how I was gonna, if like I didn't go with them, how I was gonna like tow this car to some other place because there were parts flying all over the place. So they had me sign this on the 20th, this repair authorization. And I read it, and it said the storage fee would only be incurred if the car was not repairable or if it was repaired and I didn't pick it up, which I knew in none of those situations would ever happen. If I had it repaired, why wouldn't I pick it up? Why would I leave it there? I want to drive it. And then I knew it was repairable because I just got an estimate. I got the estimate from them on the 19th saying that it was repairable at about $6,000. So I signed it. And it so what happened was then this authorization shows that it was dated on the 18th, but really I signed it on the 20th. And you can see that it's a different handwriting. It was backdated, and I didn't notice it then. And or maybe I did. I don't know if I noticed that, but I didn't think it mattered until now. In retrospect, I'm thinking that they actually did the disassembly and initial teardown is what I call it, even before I signed the authorization.
Wow, Muse, that is awful. Dang. I'm sorry you're going through that right now. I really am.
So when I got there, Ellen asked me if it was okay for them. They've done some work, some tear down work already, but if it was okay for her to like lift up the car and look underneath because they couldn't see possibly some of the damages. So at that point, I realized the $6,000 wasn't really the full amount. It could be more. And so I said it was okay for you to lift up the car. It would be of no damage to the car, but I was very specific that I don't want any damage to the car, or that it was going to be a big major thing where I was.
All right, I'm way behind in the chat because I missed the original comment. My bad. Well, okay, let me rephrase. Dang, Muse, that sucks. 20 years ago.
Going to be charged for it, and I don't see any tear down charges being mentioned in this general authorization either. So so I said, okay, that's what I said. Okay, if you're not going to charge me for it, I don't see why you couldn't look under the car. So, and she said, no, you're not going to be charged for that until we you approve the estimate and we move forward with it. And so that's the understanding, and it's the general understanding of what happens when you take a shop to a mechanic is they don't charge you to get the estimate is free. And you don't actually get charged for repairs until it happens, or they don't do any tear down work or whatever until it's all approved and discussed. So so I left the car there, and I actually hadn't heard of, I just hadn't heard from them in a while. And but I did get I know Alan did say that there might be more charges following that, but it was never like solid or final, just that there could be more depending on whether the arms control is that. So to me, it was like, this is really confusing and scary. I don't know what I'm going to do. I want to fix my car, but everything was just so out there and like not tied up that I was afraid what the final cost was going to be. And in this general authorization, it did not say, I think the RCW says that that they can't charge more than 10% of the final the final estimate. It doesn't even say that, and I didn't know. So in my mind, I thought, hey, this final bill could be anything, right? If it was there, and I would have known. Okay, so if the final bill was $10,000. They could only charge me an extra 10% supplement, I would have felt a lot better. And I found out about all these things when, after I was thinking I was going to file a suit. So, that was the end of that conversation, so to speak. But then on I hadn't heard from them about, I guess, for a while. And then on September, was it? Yeah. Oh, one thing is when I was there, I did notice the customer's bill of rights sign. It was inside the office, but it was behind a door. And then a door was open where you really couldn't see it most of the time. It was not somewhere where it's clearly visible and seen by the customer. And on 21st on August, okay, so on August 21st, from August 21st to September 3rd, we were actively engaged in negotiation regarding the repairs. You know, what is this and what is that? What if, and what if I repair this or not? And basically, I was just really disappointed that they were not using used parts after all. So on September 4th, so I had a work issue that I had to leave. So I told them, hey, I am going to be leaving the state. Actually, I was leaving the country. Is it going to be okay if I left my car there? And they said yes. That was all they said. Yes, you can leave your car there. So, because I was still trying to get information on what else was wrong with my car outside of the $6,000 estimate that I was, so we kept negotiating and asking questions throughout that time. And then, so September 5th to September 22nd, we continued to engage in conversation. And during that time, there was no mention of, hey, your car's been here for too long. This is not okay, or whatever it is that they needed to bring up. Because during that time, I was thinking I wasn't going to be incurring any storage costs based on that repair authorization that I signed. It said storage fees would only be incurred if I had repaired my car. So I felt like I was okay. And then before I left, I got an okay from Ellen, the manager, that I could leave my car there. Because the fact of the matter is, my house is only 2 miles from the repair shop. It was not okay. I would have easily towed my car from the repair shop to my house. That would have been no problem at all. I had a driveway and a space next to a driveway that could have accommodated my car, but I was really wanting the car.
Ms. Boo, I'm gonna kind of stop you here. All right,
okay.
If we're gonna get through this, we're gonna have to focus on relevant facts here. Okay, this is kind of so far this is just kind of like a narrative of everything, and I'm going to have to focus this if we're going to get down to the sort of legally important facts that are going to get to where we can decide this. So,
okay.
I need to know a couple. Yeah, I need to know a couple of things, and keep in mind, you've submitted all this stuff in writing. It's not, you don't have to say it again, so to speak, in order for it to be part of the case. It's the material that you've submitted in writing is part of the record in the case. So, what I would like to know is, first of all, did you pay Thurston County Collision any money?
No, I didn't. They didn't ask for it.
So your claim then is based on the fact that they had your car towed away and you lost your car.
Yes, I lost my car, and I had I looked up the Kelly Blue Book value of my car, which was in I think one of the last few exhibits.
K-Far, thank you for the raid. Appreciate it, bud. Hopefully you had a good stream tonight. I know I'm going really long tonight, and we're not ending anytime soon. Let's go. Marathon stream.
It's for $9,300, and I subtracted, according to my research of what insurance companies do with a damaged cars, you deduct 23%, because the $6,000 included like processes and stuff. So from my research, you would only take off 23% or so on the damage. So I figured my car was worth about $7,000 at the time that they at the time the the value of my car. And after the tear down, I did send an estimate request to Capital Collision after they did their tear down. TC.
Legal Fiction, thank you so much for the 20 gifted memberships. I appreciate it, bud. Very generous of you. Welcome to the 20 new members. And yeah, I guess it is Booze and Body Cam. So was it KFAR and KDZ that rated? I apologize. I did not think KDZ. Both of you, thank you so much. You guys are awesome. And Legal Fiction, thank you.
He said that it would take 6,000 to do to repair, at least initially. But then Capital Collision said after what they did to my car that really the damage was $13,000. So what I'm trying to say.
Let me ask you this then. At the time that your car was delivered to Thurston County Collision, after it had been involved in a collision, in your view, at that moment, how much was your car worth?
In my view, my car was worth about, I thought it was worth about $6,000 to $7,000.
Okay.
I mean, I did look up the Blue Book value also, but that was, but it wasn't as specific as the Kelly Blue Book, which is what I then later on found out was actually worth more than that.
Okay, and those Kelly Blue Book values, are they based on a car that's not been involved in a collision?
Yes.
No, they're not. You have to put in the wear and tear on your car for them to be accurate. Your car wasn't running. You did not do that accurately. Your car was probably worth about $1,500 at that point, until you put all the money into it to fix it. Just saying.
Okay. So your view.
That's why I took off 23% for the damage, which was what I learned. That's what insurance was.
How did you come up with deducting 23%? Why is that the amount?
So according to my research, that's what insurance companies do to determine damage. Like if they were to pay out somebody that said they had a car, it was damaged. So that's what they would do is they take out 23%.
Okay.
Or around 23%.
Now, so in your view, that's the appropriate way to value your car. And you're claiming that the reason that Thurston County Collision owes you that value is because they had your car towed away and it's since been auctioned off. And I would like to know succinctly, in your view, why it was wrong for Thurston County Collision to have your car towed away.
It was wrong because we were in communication throughout that time that first of all they wanted me, they had never, there were a few times when I said I'm gonna come and pick up my car. I don't think that I owe you this storage fees, and you guys didn't do any repair. I didn't authorize any repair. I'm glad to come pick it up several times, but every single time I said that, they took my car hostage and said, no, you can't do that unless you paid us the $6,000 for a long time. They said there was $6,000 and they kept adding all kinds of fees. I have an exhibit that shows that there's a admin fee, which was never mentioned anywhere, not even in the repair authorization agreement. And then they added in another exhibit, they added storage, there's admin, and then they added storage admin, and then every time it's a different fee that they kept adding on to it. So so no, I don't.
Am I still live? Can you guys hear me? My power just kind of blipped. Just making sure. I think everything else seems to be fine. I just want to make sure you guys can hear me before I hit the play button. Just waiting for one person to say yes. Okay, good. All right, let's go.
I'm sorry. No, I lost my train of thought. What was your question again? I'm so sorry.
All right. You said your car was brought into Thurston County Collision in August of 2025.
Yes.
When was it towed away?
It was towed in January. They gave me, it looks like 6.
It was
Yeah.
towed away in January 2026.
No, sorry. It was December 16th. And it was just auctioned off in January.
Okay, so December of 2025.
Yes.
Okay. Now, it seems to me, and I'm not an expert, this is just my impression that looks like your car was there from August to December. So that'd be roughly about 5 months. And that seems like a long time for a car to be left at a collision repair shop unresolved. I mean, that seems unusual to me.
It is unusual, but I wanna point out to the fact, if you look at the text messages, is like I want to focus on the fact that I have tried many times to tell them that as soon as I came back from out of the country, I said even before I came back out of the country, I said I wanted to pick up my car, but they said I owed them $6,000, which I disagree with. And so that was it. Wasn't
what was the reason they offered you that you owed them $6,000 in order to be able to get your car?
They said I owed them first. I either had to repair or I owed them storage.
Because it was sitting there at their lot for those 5 months.
Well, at the time I wanted to pick up my car, it was only 2 months.
Mm-hmm.
So because they held my car hostage and they had a condition to the release of my car,
Yeah, the condition was pay your bill. It's weird, right? Why would you leave the country before you got that settled? Makes no sense to me.
would not. So I could not pick up my car. And so that was what happened. And at the very end, they gave me a short window period that says, hey, forget about 6,000. Like they keep changing their prices and forget about the 6,000, but I think you owe us the toll money. And then because I told them in one of the exhibits, and I have email for that or text for that. That's something I want to deal with directly with that company. It's not a debt that I owe them for, and they couldn't just hold on to my car because of something that they were trying to collect for someone else. And aside from that, the amount that they said.
So you left the country with your car pending. Oh boy. Oh boy. Legal fiction, 29 months. Thank you so much. 29. That is awesome, bud. Good to see you tonight. Thank you again for the 20 gifted memberships. That was very generous of you.
Was owed for the tow was actually different than the amount that was on the invoice. It was a small difference, but it made me just realize I just made me wonder what was going on. And they sent me a copy of the invoice. They didn't send me any payment evidence or anything, but basically I wanted to deal with them directly with the person that provided me service. And I told them that.
Yeah. Jeff has not said one word yet. just remember this. We haven't heard his side yet. This is just hers, and the judge is tearing her argument apart. We can all see it's being torn apart. He doesn't have to speak. He needs a nap though. I said it before, he looks tired. He needs a nap.
So anyways, so all this time I was in communication with them, and then when they said come pick up your car again, there was not a single communication from them that said you can come pick up your car. It was always conditioned upon some sort of payment or you can't get your car. So it wasn't easy. It was you know what I mean? So and it was more
money you to release the car.
I'm sorry.
And then they wanted money from you to release the car. And you left the car there.
Yeah, they wanted money that.
It was like $300 is what they were asking for just to give her car back. They said that earlier. It's ridiculous the amount of fight she's putting into this, just trying to not pay a bill. And she already lost her car. They already sold it. I mean, it's not theirs anymore. So she's just trying to get money back at this point.
They wanted specifically the $6,000, which I didn't agree with because $6,000 for 2 months is crazy, and I didn't sign. And they kept pointing to the authorization, which clearly said that storage would only be owed if I had had it repaired. So I wanted to get my car, but they wouldn't let me have my car, was the situation. And then when they told me, finally, they said, come pick up your car. I mean, we were in communication, and they could have said, today's the day that we're going to tow your car or impound or whatnot. Because that's the only form of communication we were using was text. And they did not tell me that. And then they filed an abandonment, which the car was not abandoned by any means, any definition of the law. I was in constant communication with them. They did not file a possessory lien. If they felt like I owed them money, wouldn't that be the process they would have taken, and I would have gotten notice of it? And then I would have known that that's what they wanted to do and maybe prevented the auction from happening. But they didn't do that either. So, and then all of a sudden, my car was towed. And it's unfortunate that I didn't pick up my mail until the very end, or I would have objected to it. Anyway, so
We're gonna have to keep this moving. Now, you realize that the Thurston County Collision has filed a counterclaim against you, right?
yes, to which I'm going to have to question the service of that, because I looked at the declaration and it wasn't clear to me what if they handed it to somebody. They surely didn't hand it to me. I was not even home.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll have to see what they show.
And so there wasn't a whole lot of description about the countersuit, except that I owe them $6,000. And anyways, that and so in December, I did tell them that I'm trying to get somebody to tow it, but it was the holidays, and it was being really hard to find somebody. I did try and call around, but nobody actually returned my call. I said, hey, just give me a couple weeks in January. I'm for sure gonna come pick it up. They didn't respond to me. And so anyway, yeah, so they just had it towed for abandonment reasons, and they followed abandonment procedure, which I feel that procedurally that was wrong too, and they didn't do the possessory lien. If they felt I really owed them money, that's the process they should have gone through, and I would have gotten the proper service notification. So anyway.
All right, I'm going to hear from the defense.
Thank God. Finally. Jeff, let's go. Real quick, Taylor, thank you so much for the Venmo. I appreciate it. I'm just going to let you guys know. For those of you that came in late, we're doing a marathon stream. The idea behind it was, for every $50 I would push the stream out 30 minutes. We've already hit the over 4 hours goal, so I'm going to be going for 4 hours tonight. So we got about an hour and a half left, but we are just under, I think it's $47 away from the ultimate goal, where I'm on video for the rest of the month for every video I do. So yeah, just saying, you guys are awesome. Thank you so much, Taylor, for the Venmo. And I think I'm caught up on everything else. All right, I am. All right, Jeff, it's your turn. Let's go.
Oh, one more thing. So the repair estimate that I saw that the defendant provided was a different one than they provided to me. The one they provided to me was.
All right, stop talking. We want to hear from Jeff. Jeff needs to speak and go take a nap. That's what needs to happen. Stop talking.
3 pages. This one had like a lot of pages, and it showed that there were parts coming from all over the place, but that's not the one I got.
All right, Mr. LaCroix.
Yeah, thank you. Your Honor, Thurston County Collision is a local family-owned business. Our storage space is limited. We don't have capacity to hold vehicles that aren't being worked on. So, a car.
Legal fiction. Legal fiction. That was not. You know what? I'm not gonna. What is it? What's the phrase? Look a gift horse in the face, smack the hand that feeds me. Legal fiction, you are awesome. Thank you so much. Also, we just got a cash app. Latoya, thank you so much. I'm gonna look at the message real quick. Okay, I just wanted to make sure you didn't put your YouTube name in there. But Latoya, thank you so much for the cash app. Well, okay, well we hit the goal. We hit the goal. I'm not going on video tonight. You know what? I said I would. I would have no. Yeah, okay. You know what? I said the rest of the month. Just give me a minute. Give me a minute. I got to make myself presentable. You guys hit the goal. All right, you're awesome. Legal fiction. Thank you so much, Latoya. Thank you. All right, we're gonna play the rest of this out for the next video. So there's still, I don't know, there's like 15 minutes left of this video. The next video I will be live on video. So just give me a minute.
Occupying our lot for months without a repair decision is a real cost to us. With that context, I'd like to walk through the timeline. I'll try to keep it brief and to the point, because the records show that the vehicle sat at our shop for nearly 4 months, while the owner repeatedly delayed deciding what to do, never paid anything towards the balance, and did not receive the vehicle even when offered to release it for the tow bill alone. So the timeline, the Mazda was towed to our shop on August 18th. Exhibit 2, the Black Hill towing bill. The owner signed our repair authorization, Exhibit 1. The work order for this job was open on August 19th. From August 19th onward, we communicated actively about the estimate, the parts, and the scope of the repair. That's in Exhibit 5, images 1 through 6. On September 4th, the owner told us she had an urgent need to leave the state, and she would, in her words, most likely fix it, but needed time to think. That's Exhibit 5, image 4. We agreed to give her that time. On September 22nd, she told us she was out of the country and would not be back until mid-October. Exhibit 5, image 6. That was roughly a month with the vehicle sitting in our shop and no decision made. When she re-engaged in late October, about 2 months after the car came in, we explained the outstanding charges. She disputed them. Exhibit 5, images 10 through 17. I point the court to one message in particular. On October 24, she wrote that she would owe the tow charges and could pay them separately. Exhibit 5, image 11. Over these same days, she raised several possibilities: deeding the vehicle to us, having a junkyard take it, selling to us, and then withdrew them, which she was bringing up all these different things, stating October 27th that she had not agreed to deed the car. Exhibit 5, image 18 through 24. And remember, through all of this, no payment was made and the vehicle was not retrieved. After about a month with no resolution, she contacted us again on November 28th. That's Exhibit 5, image 25. And really, to the heart of it, by December 3rd, the car had been with us for over 3 months. We offered to release it if the owner would simply reimburse us for the money that we had out of pocket for the towing bill, $362.01. And we would set aside any other invoices that we had or claims that we had for. If you go back to connect the two things, on October 24th, she said in her own words that she would that she owed the tow charges. And that's Exhibit 5, Image 11. On December 3rd, we offered to release for exactly that, the tow charge alone. It was, it was the very resolution she had, that she said she would accept. She did not pay it. She questioned the amount and asked the tow company's name and the bill and the signed bill, which we provided in Exhibit 5, Image 28. So from December 3rd to December 16th, the offer stood. The owner had almost 2 weeks to pay the $362 bill, the amount she acknowledged, and take the car. Within that window, she made no payment and did not retrieve the vehicle. That's in Exhibit 5, Image 28 through 30. On December 16th, we contacted Summit Towing to remove the vehicle because nothing has been done. And you have the documents for the Summit Towing and impounding process in their exhibits. Even on December 21st, the owner messaged to arrange removal, but now even pushing it out to January timeframe. By that time, it's been Summit Towing has it in their position. So that was essentially the end of our involvement in it. So to summarize, nearly 4 months was at our shop from August 18th. That the entire time the owner paid nothing towards the balance. She left the state in early September, was out of the country until mid-October, and went roughly another month before resurfacing in November 28th. We stayed responsive throughout. And we offered a resolution on October or December 3rd. And she had nearly 2 weeks to pay it and pick up her car. So from that, then it was removed from our lot.
Your Honor, can I say something?
You've used all your words. You have used every single one of your words that you need to say. There is not a person on this planet that's heard this case that can see it any other direction than what we've already figured out. You don't need to say anything. Timmy, I can say this though. Timmy, thank you so much for becoming a new member. Thank you so much, Timmy. Welcome to the family. I appreciate you. Thank you.
Hey, do you remember what I said at the beginning?
Yeah, I'm asking if it's okay for me to say something.
All right, I am sorry. I missed. I didn't miss it. I just did call you out there. Thank you so much for the super sticker. I know you told me what your name was, and I always want to call you Sean White. And the last time you were on, you told me what your name was, and it wasn't Sean, and I don't remember. I apologize. I'm not good with names. I'm really not. I'm good with faces, just not names. But I do appreciate the super sticker.
Is it something you haven't already told me?
Yes, it's
right.
kind of responding to what he had said to just set the timeline straight.
And we're very transparent in the timeline. It's all there in the text messages.
So what I wanted to say is that during this exactly that the momentum has been slow because my car has been held hostage. And there was not a single time when they said, come pick up your car. That dispute payment should have been something separate, but they have taken a dispute payment and made it into a lien or a vehicle abandonment situation because it looks like they didn't just want to follow the dispute payment situation where, it would be different. I owe you, they felt that I owed them money.
Swords are hard. I think that's important for swords. It's a good characteristic. You want a sword to be hard. Also, S words are hard too. They're very difficult.
Then it would have been send me to collection, but instead they sold my car and called it a vehicle abandonment. And really, they gave me 2 weeks. By the time that all this time, the 4 months, whatnot, it had always been, they insisted on on $6,000 or you're not getting your car back. And so on December 3rd, like he said, Jeff said, they finally said, okay, we'll let you take the car back for $300 and some dollars. And that amount was not the same as the invoice amount. It was close, but it wasn't. But it just made me wonder what they were doing. And they gave me 2 weeks, but they didn't say they gave me 2 weeks. We were communicating and I was expecting them to communicate and to say, look, this has been 2 weeks, we're going to do it now, or you have this week to do it or whatnot. We're going to tow it. So I thought we were still in negotiation or just talking things through. But
we're repeating things that have already been said.
Okay, all right.
The case. So, all right. I think, I mean, I've heard the case. I understand the nature of the claim and the nature of the defense and the nature of the counterclaim. And, this is probably a good example of something that I do think that the parties could have resolved this probably along the way, even before it became a case.
Oh, they tried. They tried. At least the shop did. Just pay this very minimal balance and come get your car. Sorry, I'm out of the country. Yeah.
In court, but I come back to the, sort of the original principles. The plaintiff has the burden of proving their claim by a preponderance of the evidence, meaning the greater weight of the evidence. And I don't think that any reasonable person could believe that they could have a wrecked vehicle towed to a repair yard and then have it remain there for 4 or 5 months without that car being repaired, or if there's no, agreement or bargain to go ahead and repair it, to take it away to someplace else and have it worked on by somebody else. It's just not reasonable. No reasonable person would believe that they could leave a damaged car at a repair shop indefinitely like that. That's just not that's not what they're in business to do. That doesn't seem reasonable under any analysis. Even if you were talking with them, that doesn't mean that it's reasonable to expect that they would allow a damaged car to sit on their property completely free indefinitely. It just makes no sense. So a reasonable person would either have the vehicle repaired at that collision shop, or if they didn't think that that collision shop was qualified to do it, or they were too expensive or something like that, they would have that car taken to another place that was satisfactory to them. That's what a reasonable person would do. So I cannot believe and will not accept that there was an agreement on the part of Thurston County Collision to indefinitely retain this car at no cost, and at the same time not be actively working on repairing it. So any reasonable business owner with a vehicle on their property that was not being worked on as part of their business, they would have it towed away or have it removed in some way because it's on their property for no productive reason. I saw in the exhibits that Summit Towing was the impounder that they work with. There were signs up, notice was provided. Ms. Vu is very clear that she's not particularly diligent about collecting her notices, and that might explain why the vehicle was towed away and that the subsequent notice of right to an impound was not acted on in a timely way. So I just cannot award any damages based on that transaction. The behavior that Thurston County Collision engaged in there was perfectly reasonable. They just weren't going to retain this vehicle indefinitely. As far as damages, I mean, if they had wrongfully had that vehicle towed away and disposed of, they would owe you some damages for that. But they didn't. They provided notice. They said, come get it or we're going to have it towed away. That's exactly what happened. If you believe that Summit Towing did something wrong, you would have exercised your rights under the impound statute and challenged that tow as wrongful and potentially been entitled to damages there. But you're not. You didn't exercise that. So on the underlying claim, there'll be no damages awarded. As far as the counterclaim, I know there was a counterclaim made for $6,475.26. It's not entirely clear to me what that's based on. I know that it would be reasonable that Thurston County Collision would incur some costs for having retained the vehicle over a period of time that lengthy, which they did, but it also doesn't appear that Thurston County Collision undertook to repair the car or procure any parts or anything, or incur any expenses related to attempting to repair the car. So I think it would be reasonable under the circumstances here to award some amount for the time that the Thurston County Collision retained the car for the convenience of Ms. Vu. And I think a reasonable amount for that would be $500. So I will award no damages on the underlying claim. I will award $500 in damages on the counterclaim. And there were no filing fee for the counterclaim. And Mr. LaCroix, did you have to pay the process server to serve the counterclaim on Ms. Vu?
Yes, $120.
120, all right, that's a reasonable and common amount. So the amount awarded under the counterclaim will be a total of $620.
So, Your Honor, even though it was not valid service.
No, I'm finding that the service was valid based on the declaration.
Not valid service. What? With the counterclaim? I've got no words. I've got no words. You sued them, and then you're going to complain about valid service for a countersuit? All right, lady. All right.
Declaration of service that was filed. It was also timely under the small claims filing rules. All right, I'm writing a judgment to the effect of my oral ruling, filing that judgment with the court clerk, and it'll be available to both of you from the court clerk's office at any time. All right, that will conclude the case for today.
Thank you.
Okay, Your Honor.
All right. All right, there's that one. Who's ready for the next case? We're having some fun, right? Right? I clearly don't have voted. All right. Now, this one is at the fault of the wonderful Team Skeptic. He sent me this one. He's like, I can't play this. It's too long. It's good though. And I watched it, and I'm like, all right. I'll put it on a live this week. So it worked out perfect. I can play it tonight. This is thanks to Team Skeptic. We have this is a civil dispute. I don't know how to tell you guys things without spoiling the video. So this guy got divorced. He's being sued by the gym that him and his wife belonged to before they got divorced. The gym's trying to collect a bunch of money because he didn't pay. He's got some weird offenses. He's pro se. There we go. Also, you know what? I'm gonna play this, and then I'm actually gonna, I'm not gonna say what I'm about to say. Give me 30 seconds. I'll turn on my video.
What time did you give him? June 18th and what?
1:30.
Okay. Mhm. Good.
And no, this guy's not a sub sit. He does argue jurisdiction a lot, but he is not a sub sit. It's kind of trippy when I wave, like with my background. My fingers look weird. But just weird. Also, start the case, Judge.
All right, so this is case number 2500515 GC Beverly Hills Racket Club. Beverly Hills Racket and Health Club versus Joshua Valenzuela. Okay.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Andrew Cates, P7292 for Beverly Hills Racket.
All right, is Joshua Valenzuela present?
Yes, I'm right here.
Tell us your name, sir.
Joshua Valenzuela.
Okay. And this is for a motion to set aside a default judgment and objection to garnishment. Mr. Case, did you speak with him about any of this?
No, I have not had a chance to speak with.
Usually I do. This is just StreamYard. I'm sitting on my couch right now. When I told you guys earlier, I'll get on video. I need to go set my stuff up, or yeah, what I said. I went into the room that I actually have my streaming set up, and I was like, I don't want to do this tonight, so I didn't. And I just came back. I'm like, hopefully this works, and it does. But yeah, this isn't a green screen at all. Hold on. I'm not going to turn it off because I'm not going to be able to turn it back on. But I'm sitting on my couch. This is just StreamYard right now. They've upgraded their technology a little bit. When I used to do this, it used to be terrible. You used to have a green screen to do this. It's not too bad.
Did you want to go out and get on Zoom, please? See if there's something you can resolve.
I won't be able to, but hold on, me too, I will.
Well, let's see. Yeah, I always want you to talk, of course. But let's see. Here's a motion to set aside default judgment. So in this particular case, Mr. Venezuela says his judgment date was 6/27/25 for failure to answer or appear. He claims he was not personally served. And the good cause for him, the court doesn't have any jurisdiction, and he has good cause for not appearing as he no longer resides in Michigan. And his defense is the agreement was canceled a month later and agreed to from both parties due to COVID law going into effect on 3/2020. So you don't know anything about that?
I have no idea what he means by COVID. All I know is that the ledgers show that he was making payments after that alleged date, well after that alleged date.
Okay. Let me see when he was served, because he says he wasn't served and I don't have any jurisdiction. And as we heard from the last case,
there was an order for alternate service.
that might be the case. So I was going to check it out. So the complaint here, Mr. Venezuela.
Now you know why this hit Team Skeptics radar. They say jurisdiction, I don't know, 50 times during this video. So his little bots picked this up. They're arguing jurisdiction a lot. This must be a sunset. It's not. So he's like, "Oh, Colin, you can have this one." I'm like, "Ah, thanks, bud. Appreciate it. It is good. It is a good one, but it's more for my channel than his because I play a lot of court. He plays a lot of yelling. The difference.
Was filed. Let's see, January 17th of 2025. And let's see, after that, we had the summons was issued the same date. The summons, of course, tells you got 21 days and 28 days to respond if you were served by mail, 21 if you were served personally. Okay. Then we have the next thing I see is there was a motion for alternate service. And that, let's see when that was granted. They had made several attempts. January 30th, February 17th, February 18th, February 19th. At an address on Fairfax Avenue in Bingham Farms. They also have a postal check saying no one has changed their address, that you had not changed your address, and they had attempted to serve you those many times. So they asked for alternate ways to serve you.
Good night. Thank you for hanging out with us as long as you did. 3 hours. It's good. That's good. I appreciate it.
Let's see. It looks like I ordered the alternate service on April 25th of 2025. So that allowed them to serve you at that address because there was a no postal saying that you weren't there. First class mail, tacking at the address, and certified mail return receipt. They submitted proof of all of those ways of serving you. So I got a return of service saying that first class mail was done on when? For the summons and complaint. That was done May 1st.
All those pickleball places, you're gonna see a lot of these big giant pickleball places that just followed a fad. They're all gonna go out of business. I mean, they're in my area from when I drive to the airport. It's about an hour drive to the airport. I drive by 3 just giant pickleball, just I don't know complexes. It's awesome. It's a fad, but it's already dying. It's already slowing down. I mean, I'm not going to say the entire sport's going to die. It's just it was a fad. Everyone loved it, and it's slowing down. It's just slowing down. Like, they were charging $300 a month, hoping you were one of those people. Like, oh, I'm going to be awesome at this. I'm definitely going to be doing this. And yeah, they just wanted your money. Nothing wrong with pickleball. It's fun. Just I just don't see it being a thing in 5 years. I don't.
of 2025. Then they showed
Yeah, there's a school, an elementary slash high school, like little complex, like I don't know, 2 blocks from where I live, and they just did massive reconstruction of the entire like sports area, and they changed. They got rid of all of the tennis courts and redid them, and then replaced half the tennis courts with pickleball courts. Like yeah, that's a bit much. That's a bit much. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Colin's pickleball fun. I like pickleball. I do. I don't see anything wrong with it. I just don't see it. It's already declining. The growth of it was amazing. It's just mm, people are going to go back to tennis and ping pong. Just saying. But thank you. Um, I gotta say your name. Kali, Kelly. Is that Kelly? Is that Kelly? That might be Kelly. Thank you so much for the super chat.
that they attached it to the address, but a processor did that on May 29th of 2025. Then they showed that they sent certified mail. It looks like it came back unclaimed. And when did they send it? They sent that. There's a picture of it. Let's see. Oh, May 1st, 2025. That was the certified mail. And it looks like it came back unclaimed on June the 2nd of 2025. But because they had done what they needed to do, a judgment was entered because no one responded within the 28 days. You got a judgment for, including court costs, it was on $3,004.48. That was done or entered on let's see, looks like June the 27th of 2025. And then there's a certificate of mailing for the default and judgment that was sent first class mail on July 23rd. And it's all going to this Fairfax.
All right, Judge. It has taken you 11 minutes to read the facts into the record. It should have been 2 minutes. We've been up all night. Let's go. Let's go, Judge. Let's pick up the pace here.
Address. Actually, it looks like July 28th. Okay. Anyway, so as far as lack of jurisdiction is concerned, it looks like the court got perfect jurisdiction here because everything that was done.
New term, perfect jurisdiction. Let's go. Got perfect. It's a flawless jurisdiction. We're not talking about personal. We're not talking about special. We're talking about flawless and perfect jurisdiction.
By the court rules for alternative service occurred properly. There was even a garnishment after this for Voice Media Group payroll. I don't know if anything was received. That was from April of 2026, April 7th.
I wish I could do a Trump accent. It was the best jurisdiction. It was. No one's ever seen a better jurisdiction. No, yeah, that was not. No, I can't do it. Can't do it. I'm not good with impressions. I shouldn't even try.
And let's see what else this is. And this is his motion. So if I go back to your motion, sir, I'm not really sure if you kind of understand the concept now of alternate service, but the court seemingly did acquire proper jurisdiction over you.
I sold that house in February of 25. I hadn't lived there since February of 25. I've been in Phoenix, Arizona since May of 25.
Okay. Well, the way alternate service works is it has to be what we call reasonably calculated to give you notice. So it's not a perfect process, but they do all of the search that's required to see if you're at the address. The post office did not have a forwarding, so I don't know how you got your mail because they said that it was good as addressed. So the court relies on that along with the attempts made to show that somebody was likely still living there. You don't have to be personally served in order to the court to acquire proper jurisdiction. So, but you also have argued, let's see what else you argued besides jurisdiction, because I think that jurisdiction is good even though you moved. Let's see. Okay, here's the motion. So in your motion, you also argued good cause. So your good cause is that you moved, I guess. And what's your defense, sir? Well, I was trying to understand that COVID law defense. What is that?
So when I
The COVID law defense. All right, finally, we're gonna get to hear his defense. Oh, speaking of which, now you guys get to see my water glass. No, you can't, because hold on, I'll put it in front of you. So when I say I'm gonna go refill my water and it takes me like a minute, this thing's huge. So yeah, every time I come back, and especially on Members Monday or whenever I have a guest on panel and I can't pause it, yeah, that's what I'm refilling. Not in the bathroom. Refill my giant ass water glass. I usually drink. I'll drink 3 of those during an hour-long stream. I drink a lot of water. Anyways, you guys don't get to see this because I'm not usually on video. All right. Anyways, back to the COVID law defense.
I had signed that agreement, and it was so long ago. Was completely unaware of this balance until it started to garnish out of my paycheck. And I got notice from my payroll department.
I call it a mason jar? What did I call it? If multiple people are saying it's a mason jar, did I not say it? Did I not call it a mason jar? I don't know. Maybe I just said giant ass glass. I don't know. Anyways, doesn't matter.
But I had canceled my service with them right afterwards because we couldn't attend the club. And at that point in time, I didn't feel comfortable. And as a matter of fact, I know the gentleman had said that I had still been making payments. I wrote a Google review 5 years ago about how I had canceled with them and they were still charging my card.
Well, sir, I don't know if you can unilaterally cancel a contract. Both parties have to agree to that. So did they agree to it and say, well, since there's COVID, we'll let you cancel?
It was even post-COVID that they were still taking it out, and I was still trying to stop the payments because we weren't attending their club.
Well, the way it works is this. You have to go by whatever the terms of your contract say. The fact that you're not attending the club, unless there's a provision in a contract that says if you move or you don't attend the club, you no longer have to pay, then you still got to pay. Or if they...
Yeah, Cincinnati Water is... They actually bottle and sell Cincinnati Water. So, yeah, you can drink it. It's the tap water here is fine. It's good. I drink the tap water here. But I will tell you, when I travel to Halifax, you know, I think their water is probably better, but it destroys my stomach because I'm so used to the water here. So I got to drink filtered water up there. So I think I don't know. I drink a lot of the water here though. That's for sure.
agreed with you to change the terms of the contract and let you cancel it because of COVID, then that would be good. Then no one has a contract anymore. But you would have to show me something where they agreed to that. If they did, then you're off the hook. How did you cancel? Did you speak to somebody and they said, yes, you're canceled? Did they give you a document? Did they give you anything that said you were canceled?
It was over, and again, this was 5 years ago. It was over the phone. I never went to their facility again.
And so what did they say to you on the phone even? It's okay? Don't pay anymore?
From what I understood from 5 years later, yes, that we should have been canceled and I had no other business with them.
Okay, because it doesn't work like that. You got that, I would have to enforce the terms of a contract. You can't just say, I don't want to do business with you anymore unless your contract has expired. Do you have the terms of the contract with you? So you can tell me what.
That's what I'm saying. I have no idea what this $3,000 is even for, or what I'm being charged for, how many months this is for, what period this is for, how much longer after the year that I got charged for was this for.
Okay, Mr. Cates has the contract. Mr. Cates, can I see it?
Yes.
$3,000 he owes the gym, and he wasn't going there. Come on.
And we could probably send you this if you need it. It is September 7th, 2023. Looks like it's a fax. Date and time up there. For BHC Beverly Hills Club membership agreement, Joshua, Venezuela, Fairfax Avenue, Beverly Hills, etc., etc. Secondary membership with a Kim Dan. Okay.
And that's the other thing. If I'd have known about this debt, I'd have put it in my divorce.
Well, I can understand that.
I mean, I had no idea about any of this.
Well, you had to have some idea because you signed the contract. From what
I knew who they were, but I didn't mean to talk over you, Judge. But I know who they were, but I didn't know that they were still charging me.
Well,
years later.
Let me see what this agreement says. It says it's a family membership. And it says, I authorize the club to charge my bank card or account in accordance with membership terms and conditions. And then they blacked out your account number and everything. for all club fees. Initial membership 2/19 of 20 to 3/31 of 21. So the above term of this agreement will automatically renew unless I terminate effective at the end of the term by giving written notice at least 60 days prior to the expiration of the initial term. Fees will continue to be.
Am I the only one that's ever gotten money back from a gym? I saw Jed. I saw what you said. Yeah, they're notoriously difficult to cancel. I when I was married, my ex and I had memberships to a gym. When we had kids, after after we had kids, we I read how to cancel and I canceled the way that they said, and they kept charging me, and I actually didn't realize. The first 6 months of having my first kid, I was oblivious to everything. And then, I just saw my account one day. I was like, why am I still being charged by this gym? So I actually just emailed the manager and said, hey, I canceled. Here's the email that you confirmed that I canceled on. Why am I still being charged? I got like $600 back. Yeah. So I know I don't know. Everyone says it's hard to cancel a gym. I just read how to do it and did it. Just saying. I don't know.
Payable through the cancellation period. And then, gosh darn, that looks like your initials there by that language. And I get it because, people want to join things, they want to buy a car, whatever. Nobody reads all the print, except for probably me and other lawyers. I kind of read everything because I don't want to be shocked. But you did sign off that if you did not do this in writing 60 days prior, a phone call wouldn't do it. That you would continue to be charged. So I'm going to get you a copy of this, Mr. Venezuela. And then there's also another page. It's got the membership terms and conditions on it. You probably need this so that you can give them some writing so that you could cancel this if they're still got it renewing. I don't know.
Judging by the amount due, Your Honor, I would say that they're not renewing this anymore, but they're pursuing what's due under the contract terms from the payments that were made.
I don't know through what term, because this one ended in 2021.
Well,
and I don't know when he made the call claiming to cancel it, but
I don't know when that phone call was made, but I do have a copy of the payment history here. And it appears that the last payment was made so I actually misread this date, but it was looks like July 1st of 22.
July 1st of 2022.
Yes.
So like into the next year's term.
The end of the next year.
Because it looks like it goes to March of 2021 and then it started over. Okay.
So you can understand my confusion on what I'm actually paying for.
Yes, sir.
If I paid for an additional year, I had no idea about.
You were paying for the year when you stopped it.
Yeah. Apparently they said you stopped paying for the year that you had. And I don't know when they stopped assessing, but they say they can continue. I'm going to send you this. What's an email that we can send this to you to, Mr. Venezuela?
JOSH.
JL.
Oh, that was close. We don't want to be emailing Mr. Venezuela. It's not his name.
Registered with the court, with Michigan court.
Okay, and it's the same email that they have on this contract I'm seeing.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it's on here. All right. So I'm going to ask my assistant to scan this in to you so that you can get a copy of it. And she's probably not in here, so you know how to scan? Well, she can scan it to herself. And then what's she in?
Could you also offer the ledger that?
Yeah, give me the ledger too. We'll send you the ledger too. Okay. Just scan it to yourself, Jess, and then send it to forward it on it.
Oh, you're about to hear the story. You're about to hear everything that happened. I kind of teased it a little bit. If you remember, I kind of gave you the plot twist at the end, but if you weren't paying attention, you might not have noticed that I did that.
At that. Let's do it. Venezuela. Okay, so she about to do that in a minute, like right now. So as far as the set aside judgment is concerned, Mr. Venezuela, you've got a couple grounds. One is lack of jurisdiction. And even though I understand that you moved, I do think that the service, the way it was authorized, was proper. It might not have gotten to you because there was no forwarding address left at the post office. But from everything that we could see, it was reasonably calculated to give you notice because there was no forwarding address and they had made several different attempts at that address. So I do believe the court got proper jurisdiction at the time. Now, the other issue is good cause and a meritorious defense. So even if I said to you, well, even though the
Yeah, she said it right at the very beginning. When she announced the case, she said, "Is that how you say your name?" He said, "Yes." And then she just completely changed it throughout the rest of the hearing. Yeah. I think he's used to it though. He's not phased by it. I'm sure he gets it a lot. I'm not saying that's okay, but he's not reacting to it at all.
service is proper, but I guess I understand why you didn't answer. You still have meritorious defense to show because you have to have a good cause and a meritorious defense. And in this case, the defense seems to be that you think you canceled the terms of the contract by phone during COVID because you weren't using the facility. From what I could see in the general language of the contract, and I didn't look at all of it, but I didn't seem to see anything that would allow just a general cancellation because you weren't using the facility. It did say that you could stop the renewal term, though, if you gave them written notice within 60 days prior to the end of that period, which you admittedly did not do. So it looks like they properly charged you through that period and into the next period because they never got the notice, which you agree you didn't give because you didn't really know or have your contract because it was so many years ago. So unfortunately, that's not a meritorious defense to their claim. Looks like from what counsel said that they did stop assessing any fees, even though you didn't notify them. They've just assessed, I guess, for this time frame and maybe into that next year. And then they stopped. So it looks like you would definitely have been responsible for the fee because it was pursuant to the terms of the contract that you did sign. So for those reasons alone, the court would have to deny the motion for lack of meritorious defense, even if we could kind of construe that if you never really knew about the thing, maybe you couldn't answer. But you got to have both. So I am going to have to deny the motion on both grounds, which still leaves you owing that. Then we can deal with the garnishment, but the way garnishments work, let's see. Garnishment. Okay, your garnishment objection says, you never received notification that you owe the balance or that there was a court case. So that really is challenging the judgment itself, which you've already done. To challenge a garnishment, Michigan Court Rule 3.101K is what we have to follow, and it gives us the specific reasons that we can object to a garnishment. And you have not alleged that. You've alleged basically the fact that you didn't know about the judgment, which is not a basis to object to the garnishment. So you can object to a garnishment for the fact that your funds are exempt by law, that the garnishment is precluded by a bankruptcy, the garnishment is barred because you have an installment payment order, the garnishment is precluded because the maximum amount permitted by law is already being withheld pursuant to a higher priority garnishment, or that the judgment has already been paid off, or that the garnishment was not issued properly, or was invalid, or the garnishment statement was incorrect. None of those have been alleged. So we cannot give you any relief on the garnishment because the garnishment was pursuant to a judgment that was valid at the time, and none of these exceptions or objections have been alleged. So we would also have to deny the objections as invalid, which now leaves you at the position of this. You got the judgment. You can talk to counsel about how you wish to try to pay it. You can.
Oh yeah, absolutely. They do make it hard. Remember, I gave you that little story a few minutes ago about how I did it the right way. I had to cancel in writing at the end of their payment period, which was every 3 months. So if you missed the 3 months, you had to wait 3 months to cancel again. I was lucky to read it like 2 weeks beforehand, and I submitted my writing. Apparently, no one does it though because they accepted it and then they kept charging me, which is why I got money back. But yeah, no, it sucks. But if you read the fine print, they'll tell you exactly how to cancel. Just you might have to wait a little bit before you can.
Try to reach an agreement. You can try to reach even a lump sum settlement for less than the amount owed. They might take it just to wipe their hands of it. So I don't know. How much was this amount?
With the post-judgment, interest and costs, we are at $3,187.09.
$387.90. Oh, 09. Okay.
And that's an affluent neighborhood, man.
That's what?
I said that's an affluent neighborhood. Like you guys are it's to me, it's just thievery, but it is what it is. We're here.
But I'm just saying, so you owe
We're here.
318709. You could offer, let's take a figure out of head. You could offer him $2,000 to settle it.
For what though, Judge? I'm still trying to figure out like what the services that were rendered.
Sorry.
And like I said, me paying, like I would have put it into my divorce. I had no idea about
We
any
can't
of this.
do anything about the divorce.
That's what I'm saying. So like we are where we are. I understand that.
Yeah, and we can't. The services.
But they are some crooks though.
I can tell you what the services would likely be is to use the facilities. You had the right to do that because that's what you contracted for. The fact you didn't do it doesn't matter. And you signed up for that. That's a problem that any of us would have. If we joined a gym and the gym did not have a location in the state that we could transfer to, we're going to either be stuck paying for that gym unless there's a clause in there that allows us to stop, or unless they agree because we moved, and none of that happened in this case. So no, you didn't receive the services, but it's not the plaintiff's fault. They were willing to give you the services. You just didn't use them because you moved, unfortunately.
But I did write a Google review in 21 in February of 21 saying how would that be considered in writing?
Yeah, you wrote a Google review. Okay, all right, you wrote a Google review, everybody. Yep, contract is canceled. So he signed up for this gym with his now ex-wife, and he didn't know he was still being charged for it. Apparently, the card was canceled because that's what you do in a divorce. You get new bank accounts. So the gym's coming after him for the money, and he had no idea. So this is happening a couple years later, clearly. And he's like, I would have put this in my divorce if I knew. Yeah. Unfortunately, that happens in divorce. I have received judgments on behalf of my ex-wife that she was supposed to pay and she didn't. That were in my name, that were in the divorce decree that she was supposed to pay and did not. So the only thing I can do is pay the judgment and then sue her for the amount. Unfortunately, that's all you can do. But because both your names were on it, or if it was part of the marriage, you got a family plan, sue her for half of it. That's all you can do, my friend. That's it. Sorry. Divorce sucks. It sucks all the way around. It really does.
A Google review.
That's what I'm saying. I wrote a Google review how I was trying to cancel. I'm sorry, I know you may think this is absurd, but I think this balance is absurd.
Well, Mr.
Counsel.
Valentine, writing a Google review is not cancellation of a contract. That is a review that's on a site that who knows who sees. And it is not.
I understand, but there was proof that I was trying to cancel my service back in 21.
Well, I don't know what to tell you about it. You didn't do it with them directly.
Okay.
You needed to have written a letter. Did you send it to him? Yeah. You should have an email from us now. Do you?
I'll look in spam.
It'll be from cityofsouthfield.com. Actually, Jay Liddell.
No, I haven't received anything. And I know my email works because I get stuff from MI File all the time.
Yeah, but this wouldn't come from my file. This is coming directly from my assistant.
Yeah, so JOS, so Josh Valens 23 at Gmail.
Just emailed her back and said it didn't go through. His email is.
Don't keep saying it. I've got very respectable people. I've got gentlemen and ladies in the chat, and they're not going to take this information, but still, don't keep saying it, please.
You gotta send it again.
Gotta slow down with the hand there, Judge.
I printed it. That's just what I don't understand. Let me see. Let's just see what's the error of my one.
Somebody said JDSH.
And now we're going to go through tech support with Judge Johnson.
It's an O, and it didn't meet exactly. Okay.
Jessica Liddell?
Yeah, that's it.
I just got it.
Oh, I am tired. I have to be tired because that was a good joke. That was good. That was good. I liked it.
Like a B. I don't understand that. That's a B. This is a D.
The left edge of the letter was wagging.
This is a B, and that's a D.
Okay.
It's an O, and it just didn't meet at the top.
But it still was flat.
What do you mean flat?
But yeah, the original agreement was signed February 19th. We went indoors about 2 weeks later.
I don't know, sir. When you went indoors, I just know that no contracts were automatically repudiated because of COVID. They were all enforced.
No, I understand, and that's fine, but they kept charging post that year. Now, I understand the auto renew. I get it. I'm Judge, I'm not arguing that. I get it. And it is what it is. I don't have to agree with it in order for me to have to pay for it.
But it's there. And you initialed it next to that language that says it keeps renewing. It says
Okay.
it right.
Okay. But whether it's ethically right or not, it has no. It is what it is. We are here. So
all
again.
right. So can you make sure that we have an order, just the standard orders? Because I'm not sure that I have one. So for the default setting.
I do have a pretty long, but you're on it.
Yeah, I need one for the default and then one standard one on the objections, denying them and releasing any money over to the plaintiff. And then that'll conclude the matter. I'm sorry it didn't work out, Mr. Valenzuela, but you could try to work something out either through lump sum or either through just a regular payment arrangement. And if that doesn't work, you can always file a motion for installment payments.
Okay.
And once he files the order, then you'll get it through our MyFile system. All right, you say you got something that you can scan in, huh? I really can't sign it, so I'll have to do all of that online.
Yeah, well, we'll submit it on my end.
Okay. All right.
All right, good to see you guys.
You too, and Mr. Valenzuela, good luck.
Yeah. Glad I'm not in Michigan anymore. Have a good one.
Okay. All right.
Why'd the dude have to end with that? I don't like that. I don't like people when they think like, oh, I'm leaving, I'm gonna drop something smart ass and just walk out the door. That shows your character. You're allowed to be frustrated, but to do that and then just to walk away from the conversation, that's immature. That's immature. Yeah, perfect. Jackass. Has nothing to do with Michigan. You're frustrated because of the situation, because you lost, because you signed a bad contract and you didn't get out of it the way that you needed to. Now you owe $3,000. Yeah, no, it sucks. It has nothing to do with Michigan though. It has everything to do with your inability to take care of your business. That's all I got. I have another one. The problem is the other one is an hour and 45 minutes long. I didn't plan on playing that soft sit tonight, and that soft sit was a half hour. I can't. I'm not gonna play the hour and 45-minute one. But I did promise you guys 4 hours, so I still owe you 30 minutes. Do you guys want me to play you something that I've already played, or do you want to call it a night? I'm looking. I've got so many videos here that I've played within the last week that aren't titled because I don't label things. So what do you want? You want to play another short one, or do you want to call it a night? Play what you sent me. Oh, but that was from that's from Court Cam. You sent me something from Court Cam that they will strike me. I can't play that. If I don't do it the right way, I don't like that. I know Court Cam, and I think there's another one. Yeah, I don't know what the other one is. They're two really big court channels will absolutely strike you if you use their stuff and don't do it the correct way. But I think what you sent me, German, is from Court Cam. I'll double check real quick. Oh, Long Crime. That is the other one that I was thinking of. Court Cam and Long Crime. They will have they're strike heavy. I don't want to get struck. I would love to play it though. Judge Gothia. I actually had. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. I might be able to play Judge Gothia. What format is this in? You might be in luck. This is actually great because this is about 30 minutes long. It's actually about 40 minutes long, but I promise you guys 4 hours, so I have no problem playing this. If I can get this to play without, this is not going to be edited. I need to say that. Will this play? Game changer. So recently I changed the way that I download. Sorry. I didn't say that out loud. I changed the way that I get content and changed the format, and now they play without me having to run it through a compiler. Oh, all right. Judge Gauthier, let's go. This is raw and edited. As you can see, I'm trying to find the beginning. Let's see. This is a serious case. This is serious. This isn't funny. This is a guy who's got into a lot of trouble, and then he's got into a lot of trouble while he's in jail. But like I said, I promise you guys 4 hours. I don't want to skimp you. This is actually gonna go past the 4 hour mark because I think this is a 40-minute video. But let's go. Let's do it.
All right, good afternoon. We are on the record in the 53rd Circuit Court for the County of Sheboygan. We are providing public access both in the courtroom and also online. And I also just wanted to put quickly on the record that just before we came out, I'm sure everybody saw the prosecuting attorney came through from the door that leads to chambers. And the prosecutor was accessing the courtroom through there, and I detained her to talk about some matters that are totally unrelated to this case. Which is entirely proper and often happens. I just wanted, given that timeline, to let you know I wasn't back there talking with the prosecutor about this case. All right, we're here for People v. Logan Brown for a sentencing that was continued from Tuesday. It's filed 25-7114, 7115, 7116, and 26-7145. Counsel, you want to state your appearances, beginning with the people?
Melissa Goodrich for the people.
No, and I am Mr. Brown, who appears in person in custody to my right.
All right. And we have sentencing in 7114 for larceny in a building, a 4-year felony with 0 to 11 guidelines range. 7115, possession of a weapon in the jail, 5-year max with a 10 to 23 month range. 7116, a felony larceny, 5-year max with a 5 to 23 month range. And 7145, an assault of a jail employee, again a 5-year max and a guideline range of 12 to 24 months. I have reviewed the pre-sentence report as well as the clinical assessment of needs memorandum from the mitigation, like a mitigation specialist, as well as requests for restitution from the people. All right, Mr. Nightingale, have you had a chance to review these materials with your client?
I have, Your Honor.
Do you have any additions or corrections to them?
Yes, I think that probably both parties want to make some sentencing guidelines challenges. I would, and I know there are 4 different cases here, so try to see that I go in order and then I don't go too fast. But the guidelines as it relates to 7114 do appear to be correct to me. No challenges there. As to 7115, I have PRB 6, which is currently scored at 15 there. I would argue that it should be scored at 10, just on a strict reading of the way that 15 is written, but in jail awaiting adjudication or sentencing on a conviction or a probation violation. He's not obviously here for a probation violation. At the time that this offense was committed, he was not in jail awaiting adjudication on a conviction, if that makes sense. He was on some sort of bond status awaiting adjudication or sentencing for a felony. So I would argue that should be scored at 10 rather than 15.
All right, Ms. Goodrich, your response?
I believe he did plead to all 4 files at the same time, so I would agree that it'd be 10.
Well, what is in jail awaiting adjudication on a conviction mean? Adjudication is the plea. It says adjudication or sentencing.
Yes, so, and I will acknowledge that this is a very technical reading of the way this sentencing guideline is written. But I would posit that in jail awaiting adjudication or sentencing on a conviction would not be the applicable wording here, because at the time that Mr. Brown possessed the weapon in the jail, he was still on bond. He had not pled guilty or been awaiting sentencing. He clearly wasn't here for a probation violation. And so, you can be on bond in jail, just your bond hasn't posted. And so I think the 10 would be more appropriate.
Well, I'm not sure I've had anybody raise that question.
All right, guys, I am so sorry. I'm gonna keep my video off the rest of the night. I'll finish this clip. Like I said, I promise 4 hours. But I am struggling. My back's starting to hurt. So I'm gonna keep my video off because I'm gonna be standing up and kind of stretching a little bit. But I do promise for the rest of the month after tonight, I will be on camera. I didn't plan on being on camera tonight, but you guys were awesome, so I wanted to show my respect a little bit. But yeah, this is very long for me, so I do apologize for not being on camera the rest of the night.
The wording of that is not ideal.
Correct.
Sure. I do see 10 points for someone being on bond awaiting adjudication or sentencing for a felony. The difference between that and the additional 5 points for 15 points is that they're in jail awaiting adjudication or sentencing. It says on a conviction. So the one difference is whether they're on bond or in the jail. But here, he wouldn't have even been on bond because he was in the jail. So the 10 points wouldn't score. He wasn't on bond awaiting that adjudication. He was in the jail. There was no bond. So it seems to me that the guidelines are trying to make a distinction between somebody who's on bond committing a crime and in jail committing a crime. And when you're incarcerated in jail and nonetheless are still committing criminal behavior, that's arguably worse behavior because you're in a controlled environment, yet you're so persistent in your criminal activity that you're going to commit crimes even there. And the distinction between a felony or a conviction would mean that 10 points would score if you're on bond awaiting adjudication for a felony, even if that felony was later dismissed or you were adjudicated not guilty. But in 15, there has to be that felony has to result in a conviction, which it has here. So here there is a conviction for the crime that he was awaiting adjudication for. That's such a strange way that that's worded. I think to read it as the defense would argue is perhaps a strained reading that would actually result, I think, in 10 wouldn't fit, or because he wasn't on bond, and 0 wouldn't fit. He didn't have no relation to the criminal justice system. His relation to the criminal justice system was he was in jail. So I think I'll leave PRB 6 scored at 15 points.
Thank you.
All right. Your next objection?
As to 7145, would make the same objection as to PRB 6, just for the record, understanding what the court's ruling is going to be.
Okay, and I'd make the same ruling, and that objection is preserved in 7145 as well.
Thank you. And then as to offense variable 10 in 7145, apologies, he's got obviously a ton of cases here, so we'll go through them one at a time. So as to OB9, which is the 7145.
I have no idea. The second I started this clip, my body's like, no, you made the wrong decision. It really did. No idea.
Under the public safety, this scored it at 10. And this is for the case where he was taken to the hospital and then essentially ran out the front door of the hospital. I would argue that fewer than 2 victims were placed in danger of physical health, bad injury, or death. I believe that there was only 1 deputy on the scene, and somebody can please correct me if I'm wrong, but at least to my knowledge, there was only 1 deputy that was actually chasing Mr. Brown out those doors. Only 1 deputy that was injured as a result of that. And so I think that should be properly scored at 0 rather than at 10.
Your Honor, I believe it says that under the facts of 7141, that Deputy Klatsky had heard the radio traffic about the escape, and he assisted with helping Deputy Smith secure Brown and standing him back up.
Well, I guess the defense is saying, the sentence before that says, upon Deputy Kolatsky's arrival at the hospital parking lot, Deputy Smith had Brown subdued. And then Deputy Kolatsky assists with securing Brown and standing him back up. I don't know exactly what that means, but perhaps, securing the handcuffs or whatnot. But by the time, if I understand Mr. Nightingale's argument, by the time Deputy Kolatsky arrived, Mr. Brown had been subdued. And if he's in the status of being subdued, he was no longer presenting a risk of harm. Inside, they removed some medical equipment from him. I suppose, it would be easy for me to imagine that during this assaultive episode at a hospital, that some of the other staff may have been placed at risk of harm. But I don't have enough information in that pre-sentence report to make that factual finding by a preponderance of the evidence. So based upon that, unless Ms. Goodrich, you wanted to have an opportunity to supplement that record, absent that, I would sustain that objection and score OB9 at 10 points or at 0 points. That brings the total OB to 30 instead of 40. Next on the Class E grid. That does bring it down from level 4 to level 3. And that range then, instead of 12 to 24, it'd be 10 to 23. Is that right, Mr. Nightingale?
That is what I have, yes.
Did you have any other scoring challenges, Mr. Nightingale?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Ms. Goodrich, did you have any scoring challenges?
I do, Your Honor. First, as to 7114, I believe that OB19 instead of 0 should be scored at 25 points as his behavior in the jail while on bond for the larceny in the building.
Okay, so obviously that's scored in the in 7115, the possession of a weapon in the jail. And your argument is that because OB19 is not a McGraw factor, and we are not limited to the circumstances of the sentencing offense, we can look at what happened after the sentencing offense.
Correct.
That his behavior in the sentencing offense of 7115 is therefore properly scorable under OB19 in 7114. Do I understand you right about that?
Yes.
Mr. Nightingale, what's your response to that?
Thank you, Judge. So I'm just going to rely on the plain language of OB 19 and say that, within, and I recognize the people's argument and what the court has said about the McGraw factors, but that, there's no conduct within his.
I can't do that on StreamYard. There's nowhere where I can up the speed back here. I've looked before, unless I don't know where it is. I mean, I can fast forward it for you if you want. We gotta get, yeah. This guy's a bad dude, and really, kind of the highlight of this is when the judge speaks at the end, which is kind of true for all Judge Gauthier cases. Because he sees a lot of bad people, right? Because he does circuit court as well as district court. So we're gonna go through all the argument, and then we get to hear the Judge Gauthier speech. Yeah.
Two cases, the larceny in the building and then the larceny between $1,000 and $20,000 that would indicate any sort of threat to security of a penal institution or interference with administration of justice or rendering emergency services as the offense variable dictates. I do think that obviously they're properly scored under his cases in which he was in jail, but that there's nothing particularly about those cases that would indicate any sort of threat to security.
Okay, and the case law has for years consistently interpreted OB 19 as allowing the court to consider circumstances after the elements of the sentencing offense are completed. For example, if somebody fails to appear for court, they're going to get 10 points under OB 19. If the police go to arrest them on a warrant for the sentencing offense and they resist that arrest, even if they're not charged with that RNO, they're going to get points under OB 19. And in similar fashion, if they're in the jail and threatening the security of that penal institution or court, then that's 25 points. So I think the prosecutor's objection is well taken. I would sustain that. And I would score in file 7114 OB 19 at 25 points, which brings the OB level from 1 to 26. This is on the G grid. Did you have other objections in 7114?
I do not.
Okay, so that's on the G grid. Oh, that would bring it from 1 to 3. And instead of 0 to 11, it would be 2 to 17?
Yes.
Okay. And I take it then from Mr. Nightingale's comments that you had the same objection, Ms. Goodrich, as to 7116,
Yes.
the
I did
larceny?
notify him ahead of time with my objection.
Okay. Okay, because after the larceny, there was the conduct of the assault of the jail employee. Is that correct?
Yes.
Well, here's my question though, as to that one specifically, although it was an assault of a jail employee, it didn't happen in the penal institution. It happened at the hospital.
Well, he's in custody.
While he's in custody, that is correct. But the language of OV 19 is is that the offender by his or her conduct threatened the security of a penal institution. I don't know that I would score it that way. I don't know that the assault at the hospital during an attempted escape from custody threatened the security of the jail. It was, however, a use of force or threat of force to attempt to interfere with the administration of justice. So I would score OV 19 in file 7116, the larceny, at 15 points, which raises that OB from 5 to 20 on the Class E grid. I would bring that to from level 1 to level 2. So rather than 5 to 23, it would be 7 to 23. Is that correct?
Yes.
Mr. Nightingale, I presume that my ruling has perhaps triggered a new challenge by you as to the 25 points that were scored in OB 19 in file 7145 for the assault case itself. But because it didn't happen in the penal institution itself, 25 points wouldn't be appropriate.
Yes.
Would you agree with that then?
I do.
Based upon my ruling about those facts, I think the OB 19 in 7145 for the actual assault, because it didn't threaten the security of the jail itself, but was the use of force or threatened force to interfere with the administration of justice or attempt to do so, I would score that at 15 points. So that reduces it another 10 points. So we're at, instead of 30 points, now we're at 20 points. And on class E, that brings us from 3 to 2. So again, instead of 10 to 23, we're now at 7 to 23. Is that correct? All right. Any other challenges from either side? No. All right. What I have then, just so we're clear, on 7114, I've changed OB 19 from 0 to 25. That's increased the range from 0 to 11.
No, just wait. Just wait. Just wait. He's trying to understand what the sentencing agreement is and the guidelines are, so he knows what better to sentence. Judge Gothard generally he usually sentences higher than the guidelines for the most part, from what I've seen. But you got to wait till his speech at the end. I know we got to go through all of this. If you want me to skip ahead like 10 minutes, I will. We got about 10, 15 minutes more of this before we get to, the final arguments in his decision.
To 2 to 17. In file 7115, the range was unchanged at 10 to 23. No objections were taken. In 7114, I granted the prosecutor's objection and scored OV 19 at 15 points, or I granted it in part and scored OV 19 at 15 points, which increased the range from 5 to 23 to 7 to 20.
This happened today. So if you saw Judge Gothard today, you may have. I mean, I'm not going to say what you have and haven't seen, but this did happen at about 2 o'clock this afternoon.
In file 7145, I granted a defense objection and changed OB 9 from 10 to 0. And I granted a defense objection on OB 19 to change it from 25 to 15. And that changed the range from 12 to 24 months down to 7 to 23 months. Any further challenges or objection to my math? Mr. Nightingale?
No.
Ms. Goodrich?
No.
All right. Do one more mathy thing. Okay. Okay, Mr. Nightingale, anything you want to say on behalf of your
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. So Mr. Brown comes before the court at 23 years of age. He has been in custody now since August of last year. As the memo filed with the courts regarding his clinical needs assessment outlines, I think, much better than I'm probably about to outline. Mr. Brown suffers from a wide range of mental health issues. Not just his what I would call his actual mental health issues, you know, the facts that he does sometimes have episodes of psychosis, you know, he does sometimes hear and see things that are not present. You know, he also has autism spectrum disorder. You know, he's got, at least has been diagnosed with a learning disability. You know, did not go very far in school, struggles with daily tasks. This is, you know, in my opinion, one of the most complicated types of clients that I have, because, you know, when, in my opinion, obviously, when Mr. Brown gets the type of services and skills training that I think that he could absorb, right? You know, I think that he could be a functioning member of society. You know, I think that once he has his proper mental health diagnosis, once he is properly medicated, once he has not sat in a cell essentially by himself for almost a year, only listening to his own thoughts and trying to decide what's real and what's not. I think at that point, you know, he's going to be able to move forward and potentially, you know, get a job or at least get himself on some sort of a disability regimen and continue to move forward in a productive fashion that does not involve him being in orange or God forbid, being in blue. I just think that, you know, the Michigan Department of Corrections, I'm sure, would at least attempt to assist him in receiving those services as part of any sort of prison commitment. However, it would certainly be our perspective that, you know, a Department of Corrections sentence would be just so detrimental to Logan's ability to move forward in his life. You know, he is probably not going to be able to get into the services that he needs at the Department of Corrections based on some of these convictions that he's getting as a part of these cases. You know, they were probably going to class him higher than maybe I would argue that he should be classed because of these. And, you know, I from many perspectives, right, I understand why that would occur. You know, they're going to have legitimate concerns about him. The jails have legitimate concerns about him. But he's just one of these folks who is not going to do well in a jail or a prison sentence or a setting. He is not going to be spoken to in the manner in which he is going to be receptive to those communications. It's only going to increase his paranoia, his inability to access these services and to access the appropriate medication that he needs when he's not even had a legitimate diagnosis, at least not recently. Judge, further, you know, the autism spectrum disorder puts like a whole nother layer on how complicated dealing with Mr. Brown has been. And, you know, I think in the PSI, there are some indications that Mr. Brown is, you know, not cooperative, not remorseful. I think part of that is, you know, I always tell my clients, you know, the time to make a statement about your cases is in front of the judge. It's not in front of the probation officer, because God forbid something happens and we need to withdraw the plea or something, you know, I don't want those statements in that document, right? So I think maybe his lack of statements were in some ways misconstrued as a lack of remorse. What I would further posit to the court is that, you know, this, at least the two cases, the larceny cases, both involve his brother Noah Marshai. You know, I think it's clear from what's in the PSI that, you know, Mr. Marshai obviously tried to scapegoat Mr. Brown in some of the actions that Mr. Marshai was directly involved in that were Mr. Marshai's ideas. Mr. Brown is unable to drive a car. He, in speaking to his mom and his mom's partner, you know, they are both adamant. There's absolutely no way that Logan could have driven that car. I mean, he can't even drive down the street, let alone the 10th seat. And so he would have been in the passenger seat. He would have been following his brother. He would have been naive enough to do these things. And he has accepted responsibility for what he's done. I mean, he's here having pled guilty to a series of felonies that could, of course, subject him to a prison term here. He's not here asking or telling the court, well, it's all Noah's fault. He's pled guilty and he's here responsible for what he's been responsible for. But I do think the court should know that, you know, his gullibility, his naivete is what really brought him into that situation in the first place.
Well, I mean, I could infer that from the fact that no leader points under OB-14 were scored as well.
Correct. And so there's just no universe in which that was Logan's idea, but of course he went along with it. And I think part of that is, you know, his autism spectrum disorder. Part of that is, you know, he just doesn't have the skills and resources to know when people are leading him astray. You know, part of that happens over time, right? Part of that, you know, he's going to need services to develop those sorts of skills. When I spoke to his mom on Tuesday, our plan was to try to get him into some sort of a group home. I think that's still an option for him if the court were to not give him a prison sentence today. You know, I think that he would literally leave right now and go get a mental health assessment and try to get on medications, because he has not felt good for many months. Not just physically, but certainly mentally. And he recognizes that. You know, Logan doesn't talk a lot. He's not a chatty guy. He doesn't present in the same way that people who are not neurodivergent present. And sometimes those presentations are misconstrued. I believe as he sits here today, probably maybe the court would infer that he just doesn't care, but that's not true. This is just part of his autism. And so I would ask the court to acknowledge that, to acknowledge the difficulties he's going to go forward in the world with, to acknowledge that, you know, if he is sentenced to prison, the likelihood of him getting any better from this point, I don't want to say never, right? Because people make their own choices, and he will not be in prison if that's the sentence forever, right? He's going to get released. It just is going to set him back so far. And so I'm asking the court, I know that the agreement is to sentence him within the guidelines. And so the court is limited in some respects to what the court can actually do today with the amount of cases, with the mandatory consecutive nature of some of them. However, I would ask the court to fashion his credit time in such a manner that the court could potentially time serve him today, let him go home with his parents, let him go get a mental health assessment, get these medications that he so desperately needs. And, you know, anything else that the court thinks would be an appropriate service, I think Mr. Brown would do and wants to do. So that's what we're asking for today. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Minka. Mr. Brown, you don't have to tell me anything today, and if you choose not to, I don't hold that against you, but you are also welcome to tell me anything you want today. Is there anything you want to tell me or no?
Oh, right now I really don't got right now I ain't really got much to say other than that I should do my time like a man because I did commit the crimes. But that's all I got to say.
All right, thank you. Ms. Federici, any recommendations from the people?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. We are here because on file 7114 on May 17th of 2025, the victim called and reported his nephews, Noah Marshai and Logan Brown, who stole a PS4 from his tenant, posted it for sale on Facebook. Logan Brown was interviewed and said he had memory issues from drug use, but that he was with Michael Lounsbury and they stole the PS4. And Noah Marshai found out and told Brown to return it. In file 7116 on May 18th of 2025, the victim's car was stolen, later found in Tennessee. The investigation determined that Noah Marshai and Logan Brown, who are brothers, stole the vehicle and drove it to Tennessee, both accusing the other of being the driver. On August 12th of 2025, Logan Brown posted bond. On August 16th, his family requested that the bond they posted be revoked and he was taken back into custody and has remained in jail since that date. In file 7115 on September 1st of 2025, the defendant was in jail and found with a weapon. It was a plastic toothbrush where the end was filed down to a sharpened point. Brown admitted to making a shiv for protection. He also on video was seen making a fist and practiced punching with that weapon in his hand. In file 7145 on January 30th of 2026, Logan Brown was being transported to the ER for stomach pains. Brown attempted to escape from the hospital and had to be subdued. A handcuff case was broken and 2 law enforcement officers suffered bruising from landing on their back hip area where the handcuff was located. Logan Brown is 22 years old. He has 4 cases today. He has no prior felonies, but 5 misdemeanors. He's unemployed with a 9th grade education. In the PSI, his mom had reported alcohol dependence as well as mental health issues. It was also indicated in the PSI that defendant appeared to have no remorse or accountability for his convictions. He also refused to complete the COMPASS assessment. I did receive today the mitigation memo clinical assessment. It really didn't address anything or talk about anything that Logan Brown had done in those 4 cases, failed to recognize any of those behaviors. I think sometimes these lose credibility because they always recommend 0 jail time. I think there'd be more credibility if sometimes they're like, hey, in this case, I do think that some incarceration is appropriate, but it's always 0. So I don't think there's anything new in this memo. The recommendations that were given can all be addressed in a prison sentence. The plea here was any incarceration within the Michigan sentencing guidelines. There was 1 on-charge case in exchange for Mr. Brown to pay the restitution. In file 7114, kind of going in chronological order of when they occurred, the PS4 was returned, so there's no restitution being asked in that case. The guideline range after objections are.
I am so close. I'm not asleep. I am not asleep, but I am close. I stop after 1 hour because I turned to a pumpkin. 4 hours and 11 minutes. But I am proud of myself for hitting 4 hours. I made a promise. I hit it. Let's go. I'm happy. Also, giant shout out to Phil and Java Puppy who are the 2 mods that lasted all night. You guys are awesome. I appreciate you too. Thank you.
2 to 17. The PSI recommends time served. I agree with the PSI for time served in that case.
And then Jedi pops out of nowhere. Jedi. Yeah, I just looked. I was just scrolling through to see what mods actually stayed awake, and Jedi just says something right when I do. Jedi. Yeah, no, I'm the same way. I'm here. I'm just listening as well, which is way less than I should be doing. But yeah, we're gonna get through this. We're at 45 minutes. I think this one is 58 minutes long. So we got 13 minutes left of the night stream. We're gonna 13 minutes. All right. I need to stop talking. Sharky's here too? Dang. Muse is here? They're all still here. Everyone's chilling. All right. I just need to start calling people out. Everyone comes out of the woodwork. Oh, all right. More court. Let's call it. Let's go.
File 7116. The guideline range is 7 to 23. I would ask that restitution be ordered joint and several with Noah Marashai in the amount of $1,350. The PSI is recommending time served, the 217 days. I'm in agreement with that recommendation. Next file is 7115. The guideline range is 10 to 23. The PSI recommends 10 months jail with 0 credit. We are asking that that weapon be forfeited. And I'm also asking that top of the guidelines be ordered 23 months with 0 credit. I believe that addresses the goals of deterrence for having weapons in our county jail. It sends a message to law enforcement that their safety is important, as well as other inmates that that activity will not be tolerated. Also, I would ask for a deterrent effect for Mr. Brown committing 1 felony after another. We have 4 here in a short amount of time. That repetitive crimes or crime sprees will not be tolerated. It also addresses the sentencing goal of punishment, especially given the no remorse or accountability for his actions, which I believe would result in the likelihood of reoffending and a low likelihood of rehabilitation that probation could address. In the last case was his attempted escape from the jail. The guidelines are 7 to 23. The PSI recommendation is 12 months with 0 credit. He is escaping, creating a chase situation in a hospital environment that caused public safety risks, not only to law enforcement, but to the public around them, the hospital employees. I would ask the court to address the sentencing goal of deterrence to escaping while in custody of law enforcement. He was on bond when he did this for 3 other felony cases. There are reasons to exceed the guideline range. However, because of the plea agreement, he received that benefit in the negotiations. He also received the benefit of not having the final case, the MDOP, charged. Instead, he was just asked to pay the restitution. I would ask that to be ordered in the amount of $1,783. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Brown, if you please stand for the court sentence. Well, Mr. Brown is 22 years old with no prior felonies. He does have a misdemeanor record. And there's a bond violation in 7114 for a fight with his stepdad. I'm just going to go ahead and dismiss that at this point. I think that doesn't serve anything. And also, I'm going to add 3 days jail credit in 7114 and 7116 because we adjourned it from Tuesday. In this case, there was a multiple offender situation, and I recognize that Mr. Brown was not like a clear leader in that situation. So that's, that accounts for the 0 points in OB 14. He does have a prior assault of history. The defense argument that, his lack of remorse, may have been mistaken just for his lack of making statements. I would think that's not likely to be true. The agent that completed the investigation and report is a seasoned agent. I won't call him old, but he's a seasoned agent and he's seen a lot of things. And, I see a lot of these reports where the defendant chooses not to make a statement, and there is not a similar notation that they are failing to show remorse. It's their right not to make a statement, and that's never really held against them. But it's all sorts of other indicators that an experienced probation agent would see in interviewing somebody and completing that investigation that would cause that. So, I would defer to that experience. I think that wasn't just a mistake. Also, I can't really do a time served here for all of these. The defense argument based upon some of Mr. Brown's mental health issues, that then being in jail or prison is an environment that's only going to make those worse. It's only going to make his opposition worse, and it's going to make his behavior worse. And Mr. Nightingale made I think, an eloquent argument about making that point. But I'm also concerned to say that, somebody in front of us might be too dangerous to manage in the jail. So I'm supposed to tell the people of Sheboygan County, best of luck. I'm going to send them out amongst you right now. That's a tough thing to do to the people of the town. The jail can't manage this guy, but I expect you to. So I don't think I can do that either. In any event, trying to balance all these factors, in file 7114 for larceny in a building with a 4-year maximum, 2 to 17 months advisory guidelines. Going to assess $68 in state cost, $130 in a crime victims assessment, $350 in court costs, and a $60 fee, and must comply with DNA testing. In order that Mr. Brown serve 309 days in the Sheboygan County Jail with credit for 309 days previously served. That is a sentence within the advisory guidelines and also consistent with the plea agreement. In file 7116, the larceny, 5-year maximum, 7 to 23 guidelines range. In that case, there's $68 in state cost, $130 in the crime victims assessment. Now, order that Mr. Brown serve 220 days in jail with credit for 220 days previously served. Oh, and did I say restitution of $1,350 as requested? No objection being taken. That sentence is also within the advisory guidelines and consistent with the plea agreement. So those sentences in 7114 and 7116 are basically fines and costs, restitution, and time served. Then we come to 7115. That's where he possessed a weapon in the jail, sharpening the toothbrush down to a shiv and practicing an assault with it. My position for conduct of that nature committed while in jail on a felony for a sentence that Mr. Brown has now become liable to serve, that being the larceny building and the larceny, that would trigger MCL 768.7A1, that it'd be mandatory consecutive. I am aware that there are at least two, to my knowledge, there are two unpublished Court of Appeals cases that would restrict that statute only to sentenced offenders and not pretrial detainees. I believe those panels are incorrect in the interpretation of that statute because it ignores the phrase that the sentence for the new crime will begin to run at the expiration of the term or terms of imprisonment which the person is serving or has become liable to serve. To say it only applies to pretrial detainees, I think would read that language or has become liable to serve out of the statute. I'm required by my oath to apply the law. The statute is binding law. Unpublished opinions of the Court of Appeals are not. Therefore, I believe that this is mandatory consecutive. To the extent that I'm wrong, the statute clearly would apply for discretionary consecutive sentencing for committing a felony while another felony is pending, that being MCL 768.7B. For the reasons that the prosecutor stated about the need to protect personnel and inmates. I don't know who he was planning to assault with that toothbrush. Maybe it was another inmate. But the need to keep all those folks in the jail, inmates and staff, safe, and to deter people in the jail from sharpening things and fashioning weapons, I think that would call for the exercise of discretionary consecutive sentencing to the extent that mandatory consecutive is, to the extent I'm wrong about that. So I would run my sentence in 7115 consecutive to those imposed in 7114 and 7116. And I would also order $68 in state cost, $130 in the crime victims assessment, and order any weapon that was seized would be forfeited. And the guidelines at 10 to 23 months, taking into account the danger that Mr. Brown presented to jail staff and other inmates, but also I think that does call for a prison commitment, but also his lack of prior felonies, his youth, his relative youth, and his mental health issues, I think would call for something not at the top end of those guidelines. I would I would find that a midpoint sentence would be proportionate to the circumstances of the offense and the offender. And I would commit Mr. Brown in 7115 to the Michigan Department of Corrections for a term of not less than 16 months nor more than 5 years. And that's with credit for 0 days served because I'm running it consecutive to 7114 and 7116. Then in file 7145, subsequent to those events, during an attempt to escape from jail custody, he assaulted jail staff. Again, he was in, although it didn't occur in the jail, he was in an incarcerated position while he's out of the jail in the custody of the jail staff for a hospital evaluation. So I do also believe that the mandatory consecutive of 768.7A is triggered. To the extent that it's not, for the reasons listed for the prosecutor about, protection of not just the officers, but now the hospital staff and the community, just to the extent that mandatory consecutive does not apply, the court would exercise its discretion under 768.7B to impose discretionary consecutive sentencing for that offense, and also for the reason that it was the second felony crime that he committed while he was in the jail. And so in that case, there's $68 in state costs and $130 in crime victims assessment. Again, taking into account his the danger that he presented, his prior assaultive history does call for a prison commitment, but his lack of prior felonies, his relative youth, and his mental health issues call for something less than the top end of those guidelines. I would find again that a midpoint sentence would be proportionate to the circumstances of the offense and the offender. And at 7 to 23 months, by my math, that would be 15 months as a midpoint. So in 7145, I would commit Mr. Brown to the Michigan Department of Corrections for a term of not less than 15 months nor more than 5 years. Again, with credit for 0 days served. And this file will run consecutive to 7115, to 7114, 7116, and 7115. So what that means, Mr. Brown, is you're going to do 16 months on 7115 plus 15 months on 7145 before you are eligible for parole. So your eligibility for parole will be 31 months from now. And the maximum they can keep you if you continue to misbehave in prison would be up to 10 years. All right, those are the sentences from the court. Mr. Brown, if you wanted to appeal, you may do so by filing an application. If you want a lawyer, I'd give you one. You have to ask me within.
There we go. 31 months. Now, he's serving 31 months additional. So he would be getting out today. Everything, all the crimes that he's in jail for originally, he got time served for. Then the attempted escape and the possessing a weapon, possessing a shiv and practicing with it, you got 31 months. I don't. Yeah, I'm gonna keep my thoughts to myself. He he needs a lot of help before he's released, and I have a feeling that he's not gonna get it. I just have this feeling. It's one of those people that are just kind of scary because their head isn't right.
In 6 months. So we're going to hand you a bunch of paper right now because you got 4 cases. It's 2 copies in each case. We're going to ask you to initial 1 copy in each file, so we have a record we gave it to you. And the other one's for you to fill out if you do want to take an appeal. Do you have any questions for me, Mr. Brown?
Sure.
Okay, good luck to you.
All right, that's it. Yeah, 2.5. So 31 months to 10 years. So in 31 months, he's eligible for parole. So that's the minimum he could serve. So if he behaves, minds his P's and Q's, doesn't make any more shivs, doesn't try to escape, he'll be out in 31 months. But they can keep him up until 10 years for any kind of infraction. I don't know how that works though. Do they have to? So he was sentenced to 31 months, but it's up to 10 years because there's a range, right? So after 31 months, do they have to come back and like, oh, he was good, he can be released, or is that what the parole board is for? Is that why that range is there? I don't really know. I don't really know. I don't. Yeah, as you can tell, I've never been to prison. I don't know how that range works, and I'm not a lawyer. Jessica, thank you so much for the Venmo. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. You hit it right at the very end of the evening because I am calling it a night. 4.5 hours. Let's go. I'm so proud of myself, and I'm proud of you guys. You guys, thank you so much for hanging out with me all night. You guys are awesome. That's all I have. I am not playing another clip. I am going to bed. But giant shout out. I know I said thank you to well, thank you. Was that you? Was that you with the Venmo? But thank you guys. I appreciate everybody. Mods, thank you so much for hanging out. You guys are awesome. Mods work their ass off, guys. They really do. And I try to think of every night, but they're the unspoken heroes of the channel. Thank you everybody for all of the generosity tonight. Super chats, gifted memberships, membership milestones, cash apps, Venmos, PayPals. You guys were absolutely amazing. And as promised, I went for 4 hours tonight, and I will be on video for every stream for the rest of the month. Let's go. All right. I'm going to bed. I'm not rating anybody. I'm just ending the stream. I will play my outro. I will do that. I gotta go find my outro. Oh, you guys want to hear something funny? I had a typo when I made this outro. I don't know, 2.5, 3 years ago. Instead of outro, instead of the O, I put a P, so it's Putro, and it's been that way ever since. I haven't changed it. I haven't changed it. It's instead of outro, it's Putro. No, just funny. Haha. All right, you guys have a great rest of your evening. Tomorrow night is date night. I am not going to be streaming. I will be back Sunday night, and that's all I got. That is all I got. You guys have a great rest of your evening. Have a great weekend. K. All right. Bye.